Hello. It is time for Sucro. There she is. And who's this? Some sort of tiny rabbit is here. Something I forgot to mention last time when we checked up on the rabbits and the robots is that I was at the correct rank to unlock minions from them. Which means that we have Finding Way here, or if you prefer, you can interpret Finding Way as Knowing Way. From Sucrofact. If you want. Finding Way is pretty good. Diminutive even among his brethren, this Loporrit was the last to awaken from his eons-long slumber. Although his mission was to survey the land, it has become his foremost passion to make new discoveries, and he shares the accounts of his journeys with everyone on the moon. There's a whole world out there to explore, says Shaggles. Was Shaggles the tiny Yeti from the Ether Current quest lines? I think so. And then there's also... Oh right, we got Ericthonios, I forgot. But also... Oh, I got that. Let me see if I can find the Loporrit, or the Omicron one. Lumini, a Stigma 4 product manufactured as a warning for those Ea who might rush into attaining a fleshy vessel before properly recalling the shape of their corporeal form. This one's a bit messed up instead of good. So let's not think about that one too much. Yeah, they are an enemy type. It's concerning to me that they describe them as fleshy. So they're just like flesh discs, and that's... I know you're going for weird, and you succeeded, video game. But I'm not gonna summon that. My retainers will be bringing me funny items in 1 minute. So I'll walk in circles for a second. So, today's goal is tier 3 of the pandaemonium raids. We don't have enough rabbit point or robot point to check in on them again yet. And the next thing on the list after pandaemonium is complete is 6.1, which is unlikely to start today. This could be a shorter stream, unless there's something else I can figure out to do after Pandaemonium, if Pandaemonium Tier 3 doesn't take very long. Historically speaking, it's been like 2 to 4 hours for the Pandaemonium tiers, I think. Tier 2 was longer than Tier 1. Today's other goal is more abstract, and it is to... Oh, hey. Well, here's a healing item, I guess. I forget where Lost Allegan is even acquirable from, but anyway. Today's other more abstract goal is to maintain a positive mindset. Like more than the last time. I'll do my best. My retainers once again going to dungeons I haven't gotten to yet. So, we need to go to here. Just gonna jump right into it, because there's not much else to do. Not today, anyways. Does my portrait still work? Oh yeah, that reminds me. I have eye level 650 on Sage now. I think, not accounting for like Savage and equivalent content, I think I basically put together the best combination of what I had available. Because I tried to minimize piety and spell speed and go for as much like critical hit and determination as possible. I didn't actually check if this was like the best, but sort of put it together myself based on a list of priorities that I read. Doesn't matter too much anyways, but it was fun enough to do. Eater of Souls, right, the concerning title with the... I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. Crystal veins or something? Ah, Sucro, I had a feeling you would arrive soon. Urgent tidings always seem to carry you in their wake, after all. And Master Fortuno recently sent word regarding his investigation. Oh, also hello and welcome to everyone here, if I didn't say that already. It seems he's uncovered information regarding Professor Claudian's whereabouts and the sudden appearance of pandaemonium in the ethereal sea. We would do well to meet with him at once. If you have no objections, I ask that you proceed to the Itioscope forthwith. I shall make the necessary arrangements and join you shortly. Right. That's this way. It's funny how large the scale of this plaza is. It's like they subconsciously copied the scale of the ancients or something for this particular building. And only this building. I'm walking slowly for dramatic effect. But yeah, I have, I've mixed together Augmented Diadocos and Credendum. There are some times like the boots here when you I think the boots are piety or spell speed, and I think I want to minimize spell speed, but I'm not entirely sure about that. I think that is like preference, but I've also seen I also saw something somewhere about having minimum spell speed if possible, but I don't know where that was. Just reading various guides and whatnot to see if there are any tips I could pick up to... I'm not saying I'm a bad healer or anything. Just wanted to see if there was anything I wasn't thinking about. Something funny about guides, actually, is there is a guide that is just a how to heal guide. And it starts with real basic stuff, like what is the role of the healer in Final Fantasy XIV? They also have to do damage. What is a GCD and an OGCD, etc. And then, oh, the gear from the Third Alliance raid is 650, but I want none of it on Sage? Interesting. What's different about it? I guess I can find out pretty soon, but... So this guide that starts out real basic, about 13 minutes in, it gets to, like, the exact opposite end, where it's like, if you want to super optimize your healing in end-game Savage content while coordinating with your static party, you can find spreadsheets on the Discord. It's just something funny about a video that starts with what does a healer do, what is a GCD, and goes all the way to optimize with spreadsheets. And like, I know I don't need to do that, but it was kind of like, oh no, for like a second instinctively. Spreadsheets are a good way to be scary. If you want to scare someone, for on Halloween, you could dress up as a spreadsheet. Maybe. It's a bit late for that. Halloween has already happened. But if I was looking for candy on Halloween, which I don't do that at this point in time, and I went up to a door and I rang the doorbell and a spreadsheet answered the door, I would scream and run. Maybe not. But yeah, this is just a zone now. I can stand on the glowy circle. I bet there's like a college math professor somewhere whose Halloween decorations include a lot of like spreadsheets and formulas on purpose as a joke. If not a math professor, a math for a non-math degree professor. The kind of professor who knows exactly how much people who aren't taking math as their main thing don't want to do math. I had one of those once. I'm giving you ideas? Are you a math professor? Anyway. Bowing. I thank you for answering my summons with haste. Ah, I didn't know you had a math degree. Spreadsheets can be fun. Or tables, at least. Let us forego formalities and jump straight to the heart of the matter. I don't have a degree. I think that's known. Namely, the whereabouts of Professor Claudian, who has not been seen since his ill-advised journey to Azizla. A subsequent expedition discovered an airship in the vicinity of the Etherochemical Research Facility. Although the vessel clearly belonged to the professor, he was nowhere to be found. There were signs that someone, perhaps the man himself, had forced their way into the facility, so this trail was duly followed. However, the trail led nowhere in the most literal sense. It was almost as if an entire sector of the facility had been wrested from existence. That's weird, because I've been there at least twice. Further investigation confirmed the expedition party's suspicions. Nigh on an entire sector of Azizla has been teleported elsewhere. Teleported? To where? We believe that its destination was none other than the Ethereal Sea. Here were its Allegan facilities reconstituted as the halls of Pandaemonium, to great success, as you can see. Oh, are you saying that Claudian may or may not have intentionally teleported part of Azizla and was like, well, I'm in the Ethereal Sea, time to think about Pandaemonium a lot, and then Pandaemonium happened or something? That's more of a Dynamis type thing to happen, though, than the ethereal type thing to happen, but I don't know. Gasp. Multiple gasps. So that means Professor Claudian is in there, in that monstrous fortress? That is our leading theory. We are certain enough, at least, to risk sending you into its depths in search of the missing man. Determined. I feel like you might have to be a little careful to do the determined emote with these particular Sage Gauntlets, because they've got like a pointy hook on one of them. And if you missed, you could slam your palm into that. That wouldn't be great, but at least you'd be able to heal it right away. Yet before we do, there is another pressing matter. Hello. Thank you for petting Calico. While Pandaemonium may appear firmly sealed, an unknown entity was recently spied crawling forth from its gates. We observed its behavior with the ideoscope, and to our horror, witnessed it gorging upon the surrounding ether like a ravenous beast. They also look like a Final Fantasy end boss. Like one of the final forms that would be angelic after the big tower or whatever. What? It must be stopped! The ethereal sea harbors the souls of the departed. It is the wellspring from which all creatures are born. If its flow were disturbed, life itself might cease to be. Precisely. Its safety must be our first priority. Rid us of this menace, Sucro. Then we will be at liberty to investigate what wicked machinations are afoot. Leave it to me. I still think it's interesting how they invented a second, like, leave it to me emote at some point. This memory crystal was recovered from Claudian's airship. Take it with you. It may yet provide some insight into the enigma of pandaemonium. Without Themis, there will be no army of phantom warriors. I realize you're more than capable in combat, but are you certain you'll be alright? Themis isn't the only one who can summon our illusory allies, or as long as I'm free to focus on my foe, there's naught to worry about. Themis ain't the only one who has that trick. Don't worry about it. He isn't? Why, of course, I should have known someone of your talents would master even the Ancient's arcane arts. Apologies for my failure of imagination. Blink. Once we are freed of the looming specter of pandaemonium, you must promise to share your knowledge. For the sake of thorough reports, of course. In the meanwhile, I shall focus my efforts on providing you with what information and support I can. It's funny that you say your failure of imagination, given that I am to understand that the savage version of these are your imagination at fault. I shall gather researches from the confluence to construct a means to convey you to your destination. The rest is in your hands. Hey, if Sucro tells Nimgigi about her funny Azim trick or whatever, do you think the next Savage Raids will allow for a 64-person party? Because of the exaggeration? Maybe. Probably not, because they already exist. Nine. That's right. But yeah, I keep mentioning they made a separate... Like, there's this classic Leave It To Me, and sometimes Sucro just does the, like... the hand gesture part of this without the rest of it in cutscenes now. I wonder why. In truth, my days are stuffed to the brim, what with all the record-taking and document fetching, but worry not. The knowledge that the realm's survival hinges on my efforts sustains me. At this depth, the ethereal sea itself poses little real danger, but we know not what else awaits you. I shall monitor your health from a distance, that we might leap to your aid should a crisis be at hand. Alright. Now that we are in the regular world, I guess this is no longer a mysterious Beast that is helping us, probably. But a mysterious Viera instead. Potentially. I don't know why the mysterious Beast was the one in the world unsundered. There's some lore there, probably, but we'll find out, maybe, eventually. Clearly, I'm explaining this like it's a plot point present in the game itself. Anyway. Instant Q. Oh. I don't know what that means for the mystery lore. Whoa. The music is immediately funky. Oh, you look like, you kind of remind me of, Necrophobe from Final Fantasy V Void? Yeah, I thought so. I can just do this now, on demand.
My feast must not end. My feast must not be interrupted.
I see. Coquitos. Oh, you forgot to switch costumes? Oh, wait, no. Okay. So they're throwing voice acting into this immediately, huh? How interesting.
Death brings me no peace.
Mage's Lament. Whomst.
My strength is without equal. Flames take you.
Okay. Someone said pay attention to what kick he's doing. Okay. Ah, should have moved in a little bit. Now you're gonna do fire and ice. Ah, the fire was moved into me. There's something really funny about the standard raid-wide damage being accompanied by someone yelling, "This shouldn't kill you." Okay, that's not actually a raid win. Okay, so now you've absorbed fighter. Archaic Rock Breaker. Okay, I'm dead.
The first drops are always the sweetest.
This is what happens when you don't know what that means. That's fair. Maybe the pay attention to what kicks he's doing was referring to the pay attention to the attack names, because that one said like rear combination. Oh, was that a thing in the Ruby weapon fight? I didn't remember that. Because that was a kick denoted by the attack name. I think that's probably all that was meant by that. I'm just sort of throwing out my barriers and whatnot a little bit haphazardly. Due to not knowing what to expect. But I think that's fine. It is not vital to be optimal at this time. Oh, that was a double tank buster. Comet, huh? Oh, you're being a behemoth right now. Oh, you're being a behemoth right now. That's a funny prank. Wait, why did I die? I was behind the meteor. Is there only one correct meteor? I saw everyone else go behind that one, but I didn't parse why there was only one correct meteor. There's a meteor that isn't cracked. Okay. I accidentally did Pepsis. That's gonna be a difficult thing to remember if I land on this fight again, though I should have followed the crowd a little bit more closely. Okay, just fire and ice again. Oh, everyone's going to fire because you said ice blind you. Okay, got it. So that's a sound cue. You do... Okay, there's more than a sound cue. Now you're gonna do both. You're doing this again. But the flames will expand, and not the ice. The nice thing about playing a healer, I guess, a shield healer, is that even if I die a bunch and I'm not like doing optimal damage or whatever, if I just throw stuff around, I am minimizing the damage everyone else takes, which is always helpful regardless. It's funny that you cycle through the phases when the martialist phase is like, well, I guess my time's up. But I guess that doesn't mean forever. Okay, there's this again. Didn't have time to practice that one again because of death. Yeah, that wasn't bad. I died twice, but for understandable reasons. See, I'm doing well at thinking more positively so far today. Someone else with a Bazia outfit over there. I am gonna start rolling need on these. Is there a weekly limit on Anabasios? Doesn't matter. Going for it. Spiders upcoming? Okay. Oh, no weekly limit except for the weapon tokens. Got it. I'm gonna start rolling on these because you mentioned they were 650, and that would be good for gearing up my other level 90s. Impressive work, Sucro. Which one of you is this? Their memories of your tenacity were not embellished in the slightest. Oh. Why the heck are you here, Athena? Oh, the Alliance raid stuff. I misunderstood. Do not be alarmed. A proper introduction shall set your mind at ease. I'm assuming that is a sarcastic smile, because why would you like Athena? She seems like basically the worst. I am Athena, chief keyword of Pandaemonium, wife to Laha Brea and mother to Erechthonios, and it is I who made Pandaemonium anew in the underworld. Oh. Well, shoot, I died. Guess I might as well do everything again, but dead. We should not support women's wrongs in Pandaemonium, in my opinion. Athena is like the most wrong. But hello and welcome. Time to fire my lasers. In a manner of speaking, I am the source of all your recent troubles. You certainly are, Athena. I must say, I did not imagine I would meet you in this age. A slight miscalculation, but perhaps a fortunate one, for your deeds in the past have left quite an impression on me. I understand you have reason to be wary, but I assure you there is no need. I know not what La Habrea has told you of me, but all that I have done out of sincere scientific curiosity. That doesn't justify it, you know. That appetite yet remains even after my rebirth. Conflict is the furthest thing from my mind, and I ask that you at least hear me out before brandishing your weapon. Nope. Laser. Or maybe, I guess, fine. You were reborn, give Claudian back. So you have no intention of halting your research. So you're not gonna stop all your nonsense, are you? I have not endured this long journey to let my dream of godhood go unrealized. You know, my dream of becoming a god, for science only, and for no other reason. The souls of the ethereal sea and the man you call Claudian are indispensable to my work. Worry not, for I treat all my tools with care, especially those with which I will grasp godhood. You're not... Yeah, that's about my feeling on this matter, Sucro. You're not convincing me of anything. You are as stubborn as La Habrea, I see. Although I speak in earnest, you refuse to hear the meaning of my words. I hear the meaning and I just don't like it. Perhaps you would be better served by a different teacher. Luckily, you already possess the tools I require to make one for you. Eh? Oh, this seems like... Yes, that crystal teems with memories. Memories of two souls you know quite well, La Habrea and Erechthonios. You're gonna make messed up versions of them that I have to fight or something, then. I shall stitch them into the fabric of two errant souls that with their help you may come to see clearly. Don't do that! Hey... Seems bad. I mean... You! How? Where are we? Seems bad, but I'm not entirely sure. Surely these two have much to tell you of me, and I would have you listen. Perhaps then you shall better understand me, my desire for godhood. I don't need to understand you. I don't know why you think that's gonna do anything to change my opinion. There is another, but their soul has proven difficult to work with. However, with these memories, I may very well manage to weave together something presentable. You have a place in my plans. I do hope that in time you come to realize that cooperation is the best path forward. Nope. I have little understanding of where we are, yet somehow I am unsurprised to find you here. At present I have more questions than answers. Perhaps you can help me address this inequity. Is there somewhere we can speak without fear of interruption? Okay, so you're not like a messed up version of these two. So far. So far. What do you two think about all this? Surprise. How unexpected. I do hope we can consider them allies. One with an aura of overwhelming authority, and another that seems uncomfortable in his own skin. I believe I understand just well enough to be thoroughly intimidated. Some hints I can glean from the surroundings, but I would prefer you simply cut through this knot of questions. I don't know how long it's been, Sucro, but it's as good as ever to see your face. Would that it were under more conventional circumstances. Just where are we, and what events have led to this unexpected reunion? Well, we're in the afterlife, but we're not dead. Except you did die, but now you're not dead. But we're in the afterlife. Sort of. Yes, I remember you telling us about this memory crystal. To think that it contained our memories. Oh yeah, they were brought back down to... They were scaled down. Found the key item 1/16th La Habrea. No, that would be the wind-up La Habrea if there is one, but still. Find the other 15 La Habreas for a secret prize. Asterisk. Not really. This would technically mean that La Habrea is unsundered and here again, sort of. But it's unclear exactly how much of La Habrea this is. I think they might still be sundered in a sense because this was made of specific memories, but they are acting the same as they were. This is a lot to take in, not least of all the fact that you hail from the future. I searched for you after a time, but could find no trace. Now I know why. Shrug. It's a bit confusing, I know. I like that description of it, even though it's not on purpose from La Habrea and Ericthonios here. Our age had its share of surprises, if my memories are to be believed. The supposedly world-ending final days came upon us, yet here we are in a future where you, at least, exist. Okay, so the memories included your experience of the final days, huh? So they were a lot of memories. Like it was said, a memory copy. So, huh. Gasp. Do we overcome the despair that befalls us? Do we find a way to live on? Not well, Look, it's a long story. A real long story that we're kinda sort of at, I guess I thought we were at the end of the long story and then I was gonna go on vacation, but now this is happening. Questions without simple answers, it seems. Let us take the heart that life endured in some form. Let us take heart that life endured in some form. As but memories, we may never have the luxury of the larger picture. So, this La Habrea probably does not know about the Asian La Habrea, but is still like the entire old La Habrea. But like, I wonder what La Habrea would think if we told him that, because we saw how Emmett Sulk reacted to becoming the villain. But then again, we don't entirely know that this is the same La Habrea because that's a title. I mean, we know it's not the same La Habrea exactly because of what I just said, but the title also means we don't know if... Whoops. If this is the same person. Anyway, regardless, now that it has come to pass, the future must be protected from Athena's scheming. Let's let this conviction guide our every action. Yeah, La Habrea definitely still has, like, his faults as a person. But seeing him as not, like, a cackling villain who needs to take a nap real bad is interesting. Agreed, but as memories given fleeting form, we are bereft of any physical or magical talents. We cannot aid Sucro in battle. Nay, Athena meant us to speak and nothing more. Though we may be tools, we need not be slaves to her whims. We will tear ourselves from her grasp and shatter her ambitions. I might not have magical talents, but they might have a gun in this world I could use. Yeah, he's flawed in an interesting way, instead of the, like, chaotic evil cartoon villain of Realm Reborn La Habrea. I must wonder how she knew of our history with Sucro. Probably read the memory crystal? Likely she possessed some means by which to observe events within Pandaemonium, either while they were occurring or after the fact. Regardless, her knowledge far exceeds our own, a shortcoming we must remedy at once. I mean, I'm not saying that La Habrea here did... I wouldn't say that La Habrea did nothing wrong, but I would also not say that La Habrea did not make a correct choice. I'm just saying he is flawed as a person, still. But not in, like, the evil cartoon way. Yeah, that's probably true. Being on call for 12,000 years is a heck of a way to put it. We would do well to learn more of the pandaemonium now dominating the landscape of souls. Sucro's colleagues will doubtless prove to be of value in that respect. Wait a minute. How was your soul even in the ethereal sea if the other La Habrea happened? How does this even make sense, actually? I don't really know how that works out. I mean, yeah, La Habrea died. But this isn't that La Habrea. This is the not Asian La Habrea, seemingly. As far as we can tell. Oh, I guess you don't need the soul to still be there for the memories. Never mind. Yeah, that does make sense. It's a little esoteric, so it makes sense that it'd be a little bit confusing. But yeah, it does make sense, actually. Never mind. We would do well to learn more of the pandaemonium now dominating the landscape of souls. Sucro's colleagues will doubtless prove to be of value in that respect. Are those two over there the researchers from this era? We must share what we know at once, that we might piece together this vexing puzzle. Pandaemonium awakens. What, it hadn't awakened already? Oh no. I guess not. La Habrea is eyeing the frightened researchers with a mix of curiosity and derision. Why do your companions hesitate to approach? We may be unusual visitors, but time is of the essence. Bring them here. It'd be really funny if they had the researchers are now following you bit to move for like a minute or less. Like move them like 15 feet. Content warning spiders. I will keep that in mind. Although you may be but a confluence of memory, it is an honor to meet the personages I have only read of in Sucro's reports. So Sucro wrote reports for this. Yeah, she would do that probably. As a researcher, this is beyond exciting, but I admit no small measure of fear as well. I know what you mean. I can scarcely stop my legs from shaking. We're powerless to do aught but speak. I see no reason why you should be afraid. It isn't my life I fear for. I only fear that I might not have the chance to ask you all the questions now burning a hole in my mind. We stand before two of the ancients who hold priceless knowledge beyond the ken of any of our peers. But what purpose does fear serve if not to be confronted and conquered? Interesting statement. Guess that's a good reason for me to keep playing as a healer. To that end, we shall share with you our records, and perhaps together we can find the thread which will lead us safely out of this conundrum. That's funny to imagine. That Charlene Scribe is the real MVP. Information shall be our most precious resource, for that is the only weapon we can wield in these forms. Our memories are at your complete disposal. We can start with Athena, whose thirst for discovery would see all life consumed. Her desires haven't changed. Still, she seeks to transcend her mortal existence so that she might unravel the mysteries of life. She would become a god. Nod. A nebulous concept, but Athena had her own ideas on what divinity entailed. In her mind, a god can create souls at will. Thus she chose the underworld, or the ethereal sea as it is known in this age, as the staging ground for her final experiments. Here lies a practically bottomless well of ether. Even if it means stemming the flow of life itself, she intends to continue her work. She thinks of nothing else. I think it's kind of interesting that, like, Athena is obviously, like, basically irredeemable, but it is interesting that one aspect of her character is that she keeps thinking that she can convince other people that she has good ideas. Like, whenever anyone's like, that's a bad idea and you're super evil, she's like, it's a pity you don't understand my cool ideas that are good. Like, that's a slight difference from the usual very evil character, who is probably more likely to be like, how dare you disagree with me, I kill you with death, or whatever. It's interesting, yeah, she genuinely doesn't understand. It's interesting as a twist on the whole thing. We caught a glimpse of Athena as we came into this world. Her smile, her voice, they were just as I remember. Without even realizing it, I found myself feeling an affection for her. I mean, she was your mother that did fake affection for you. Don't look at me like I've gone mad. I'm not asking you to join her side. I know the true Erechthonios would never want that. But these emotions remain in memory if nowhere else. Sad Sucro face. We shall remain here to compile what information we can. You must infiltrate Pandaemonium and seek out Athena. Leave it to me. I would ask that you leave the memory crystal with us. It may hold secrets which have yet to be unveiled. It'd also be real bad if Athena made more shenanigans happen from it. Oh, it would admittedly be funny if she made like 16 La Habreas for no reason. All that's left is to cross that menacing threshold. Shall we take a closer look? Nod. I have one question for you. Does the word Auracite mean aught to you? Sucro suddenly accelerates and starts screaming because she remembers evil raids. Auracite? Why yes, there are a few records of its existence. It mainly makes content warning Evilise. God. I appreciate the joke, but I would also say joking about content warnings isn't advisable. Those should be taken very seriously, I think. But also, yeah, Evilise is back, I guess. I appreciate the haha, oh no, Evilise part of that, is what I meant. Caution works better. There are a few records of its existence. It mainly makes appearances in the legends of Evilise and the tales concerning the Asian Oh. Well, tales concerning an entity known as an Asian. This personage is associated with black auracite known as the Heart of Sabik, a source of considerable power. The Heart of Sabik. Heart of Sabik mentioned wild. The fate of the Heart of Sabik is to be mentioned once every 5 years or something. I see. So time has not buried it.
Beat the heart of Sabik, the heart of Sabik, the heart of Sabik.
True. Time has not buried the big fat tacos, as Graha learns in the Dawn Trail trailer. Yeah, it was almost on tempo, and she even drew out the last Sabik. Which Metal Gear game is Snakeheart? Probably one of the spin-offs that Kojima doesn't think is real. La Habrea asked me about the Aura site and has yet to say a word since he heard the answer. Did I say something wrong? He's quite intimidating in his silence. I've read that the ancients were much larger than the people of our era. Perhaps Athena endeavored to make them less imposing. I like how they address that. I must think. Leave me be while you attend to your task. La Habrea has to think for like 30 minutes. From the outside, Pandaemonium looks no different than it does in the past. I guess not. However, there's no guarantee that the inside will be familiar. You would do well to secure the area near the entrance first. Once it's been cleared of threats, La Habrea and I can approach, and we shall begin our exploration of the interior. Nod. Oh, I got a commendation for that last one. I didn't check. The portal should convey you to Pandaemonium's gates. I hardly need to tell you to keep your weapon at the ready. There's something slightly funny to me about multiple characters addressing my weapon in the vaguest possible terms, because it could be one of a billion things. I knew you would come. Oh, you're here too, huh? I never lost faith that we would meet again. I told you as much, did I not? I understand you may be confused. I was too at first. You see, I'm not the true Themis. I was made by Athena, molded from one of the many souls at her disposal. I'm only an illusion built from memory, no more real than La Habrea or Erechthonios. You know, it'd be pretty funny if, by complete chance, one of the souls that was brought back during this portion of the raid was Ammon again, or why am I blanking on the name of the title that Ammon has? Why am I doing that? Vandaniel, yeah, that one. It'd be really funny if they brought back Vandaniel again by accident and he's just like, God damn it! Considering that already happened once, more or less. I am only an illusion built from memory, no more real than La Habrea or Erechthonios. I don't like Vandaniel. That guy sucks a lot, but it would be funny for him to be continuously not allowed to be dead. Even so, I believe I have a grasp on the situation. This is the distant future. Mother Trinity? Isn't Mother Trinity the Phantasy Star Zero final boss? Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit is the Holy Trinity, I think, not the Mother Trinity. I think Mother Trinity is a computer in Phantasy Star Zero. There's like a chess part of the boss fight. Maybe. Mother Trinity also exists in something else. The Phantasy Star Zero bestiary entry for Mother Trinity states, the Lunar Queen said to be divine, in reality an ancient bionic computer. Normal. Phantasy Star Zero is a game where elves on the moon worship a computer. Anyway, even so, I believe I have a grasp on the situation. This is the distant future. A future where Athena lives once more, although the means of her rebirth are yet beyond me. You are here to stop her. Have I the right of it so far? Oh, does Mother Trinity also create your character? I forgot about... I don't remember this plot of Phantasy Star Zero at all. Basically. Nod. Very good. I'd be disappointed if you did not rise to her challenge. Although I am sorry to say I cannot aid you. My creator has tampered with my essence, and I am oddly inclined to act in her interests. Gasp. Well, that's bad. I can do naught but offer you words of warning. We will fight, and it cannot be avoided. I kind of expected her to do that with the other two, but it makes sense. Because we've already fought La Habrea and Erechthonios before, but we haven't fought Themis. Well, I mean, we fought Elidibus, though. I don't know. I forgot that Newmans were made by computer in Zero. Phantasy Star Zero is a interesting video game. There's no need for that pained expression. Remember, I am but an illusion. Nothing worth shedding tears over. We can free you just as we freed Igdistus. I would feel terrible if I had to trounce Elidibus again. Or ... I like... The word choice of trounce is funny. I want to see what you say in response to this. I'd feel terrible if I had to fight Elidibus again. I mean, trounce. I know not what is in your mind, but I must stress once again that I cannot defy the urge to stand against you. Athena's hold over me is unyielding. Still, I would ask that you listen carefully to the advice I offer you now. In my first phase, I am going to do AoEs like this. Imagine if Themis just completely outlined his entire fight. Like a strategy guide. I'm very pattern-based, Sucro. As long as you recognize all of the tells, it will be fine. Athena has prepared a new vessel to replace Erechthonios, so that she may become a god. By gathering the souls readily available in the Sea of Ether, she tempers her own essence. Yet the souls are faint, diffuse. She doubts whether they are sufficient for her goals, so she's turned her gaze to you. Despite your thin ether, you managed to lay Hephaestus low, and Athena would know the secret of your strength. 'Cause I'm a cat. And a bunch of other reasons, too. To that end, she's prepared an experiment for her observation. Fight for your life against Athena's creation, and in doing so, give her the knowledge she desires. I don't want to do that. Huh. Wow, gross. Wow, disgusting. Okay, the face is funny though. Wait, the way the head is twitching makes this seem like it's slightly a very large toad model again. The way the face was like jerking around. Oh no, orb! Orb. What's happening? Orb. Athena has made her move. We must find a way to reach her or all is lost. Her move is orb. We can do little but hope for Sucro's success. Don't worry, it's literally impossible for Sucro to fail because there's measures in place for that. Oh no, there's orbs within orbs. Why does the face on this creature look familiar? Also, when you said warning spiders, this is not what I expected. Pandaemonium, once a massive lifeless stone, now imbued with a soul. Athena has grown much since her death at La Habrea's hand. Although the souls she creates are imperfect, they act with absolute obedience. I know you shall cut your way through this monster as you have so many others. Then you shall come before me. I agree with one of the goofiest bosses in the game as a statement. Do not hesitate to do what you must, for that is the only way to stop Athena. Resembles Hesperos? Not real. Well, okay, a little bit. The metal goatee sort of makes that a little bit. But it reminds me of something else that I can't place. I feel like this is more than a circle. This is like a... Okay, you got smaller too. Like, the worst part about this design, worst as in part I like looking at the least, is not the part that's spider, it's the part that's like pulsating pustules. Oh. Well, I guess the whole arena isn't here yet. What's the weather like? Still pandemonium? It should be like pandemonium parentheses hecked up or something. Okay. Oh, the reason that this spider is small is, I think this is basically like the fights against the soul of Alexander and Bahamut, where we're in like a dimension. Because it's all like grayscale and there's like giant spikes down here. This is like the inner core of pandemonium or whatever. What a goofy guy. Currently far away. Not like super far away. I mean, they are smaller than the entire castle, but not like a super huge distance away. They're not like super tiny or anything either. I'm obscuring the pulsating part. Before this, I'm going to do this. What better time than this ominous time to flip a coin, right? I'm not going to use the Google flip because it's fake. Maybe. The prediction is taking a little bit extra time to show up, and it's making me concerned every time, but I'll be right back. Is it this or that? It was this and not that. I like that I like this emote that just says cool time. I have to imagine there's a more specific context to it that I'm not aware of, but it is funny. Something I think is congratulations to the winners and condolences to the losers as always, by the way. I mean, those who did not win. I don't mean to call you all losers, that's rude. But, something I think is kind of funny about this raid series is that at this point in the final tier, we can already infer through context clues and outright statements who the rest of the tier is. Like, part 3 is going to be Themis, and part 4 is going to be Athena, obviously. I think it's funny that you can enter the 9th circle from here, but I guess that makes sense, maybe. Maybe? Does it? I don't know. 10. Also kind of funny to have a... Oh wait, there's like singular points of color here. Pillar. It's a little bit funny that there is a lobby with this dramatic music playing it. Yeah, they did seem like they were probably important. There's a web mechanic, okay. I mean, I said they were conspicuous point of color, but this is also color. Of course. There's spotlights shining on the poison. To be like, hey, did you notice the goo? Did you see it? Some goo, which is leaking only in very specific places. Athena loves poison so much. Athena is one of the people who was really mad at the summoner changes because they liked old summoner. Even though old summoner didn't really have much to do with the class fantasy, as they call it, and was mostly about poison. I mean to say, one of the people who liked Old Summoner specifically for the theming. I understand that there are people who liked Old Summoner because they liked the really complex class that it was. I'm not sure how many people specifically miss the poison. That might be a make up a guy kind of territory. Making sure to let people know that I haven't done these before this time. Sucro is unimpressed by this. I think it's interesting that she can just do this now. Someone says, don't overlap.
Pandaemonium.
Okay.
From countless veins,
I'm constantly surprised by the voices.
miracles, into soulless vessels, I breathe life.
Demonic dungeon, pandaemonium. Someone said, when I said I hadn't done this before, just don't overlap the webs with people or the poles.
You will go no further.
I'll go as far as I want, thanks.
Like a spider, I spin my web.
Okay. Oh, don't overlap with the poles. I was told this.
no escape.
What? I see. Ultima? What? Ultima? You can't... Such devastation?
I mustn't disappoint. Lady
You can't just cast Ultima, my dude. I guess you can. I guess no one is stopping you.
Stay where you are.
That's both tanks' time.
Wet like unto chains.
Webs and chains are similar ideas. Oh,
A tangled morsel
is that good?
awaiting death.
Yeah, there we go. That'll work.
All paths lead
Whoa.
back to me.
This fight is interesting because it has more like system messages telling you what the deal is than usual. Like that said there was power in Pandemonium's eyes and all that. There are a lot of fights that just don't do that. So it's weird that this one did. Oh no, my MP management.
Where you are. A tangled
A little
morsel
late on the DOT.
awaiting death. All paths lead back to me. These bars are unbreakable.
I remembered I had that. I was wondering when the side paths would become relevant. Oh, you're doing Ultima again. Need to remember I have movement spells sometimes.
I am pandaemonium, and these cells are mine.
I know you're Pandemonium, man. Oh, these are the stand in them ones.
Stay where you are. Bear yourselves to me.
So this is when, if I had it, I would want to use Panheima. But I already used it.
Shall be unending.
Okay. That does not care about Surecast. Understood.
For Athena. For Mother. I'll give you special cells.
Okay, this is for tank, I guess. Ouch. Youch.
Scream!
Okay, these are the... No, these are the stand in them ones.
Webs like unto chains! These bars are unbreakable.
I'm guessing if you...
Stay where you are.
Okay, I'll stay where I am to watch the cutscene of you dying. That seems agreeable. That wasn't too bad. That was a pretty understandable one. And I did pretty well judging by the aggro table. Okay, I don't need to roll on these. Not really. So I'll have some inventory cleaning to do later. And I'll commend you because... Oh no, you left. I'll commend you. Arbitrarily. Oh no. Well. Farewell. Oh no, you're back. Two commendations for that one. I probably don't need to explain how many commendations I get every time. I just think it's interesting. There's always a safe spot. I mean, that's fair. It just means that if they're the stand inside them ones, it's... Huh. It's like quicker to get to the, If it's the stand inside them ones, it's helpful to know because it is quicker to get to that safe spot, arguably. Especially if I have to do, like, slide casting and stuff. Which I need to practice more, because there were plenty of times when I wasn't attacking during that while moving. That was a beautiful display as always. I stand enchanted by your grace in battle. They're here too. Sucro, is that? Well, sorta. Pandaemonium's final gate has been cast wide. I shall await your arrival beyond. And by final, I mean penultimate, because there's always a fourth part of the tier. You know how it is. Goodbye. Apologies for not coming sooner. The space is enveloped by some fell energy, and we couldn't risk venturing through it before taking due precautions. Yeah. For some reason, it also makes me think of the fire emblem. Are my eyes mistaken? Was that Themis? Well, kinda. Tell us what you know. We must consider our next course of action carefully. I was just gonna go and shoot it with lasers. Whatever the next obstacle is. I was probably Themis, so I was gonna shoot him with lasers. Heal some people. You know how it is. That must have been Themis, but how? Same way that you're here. Easy. Easy explanation this time for once. I like how the conspicuous mechanic pillars are still there. So what happens if the web does hit one of the pillars? Because that didn't happen, except for when the bridges were made. But I thought, unless someone had to make the bridges manually? I don't know. I assume those just appear at certain times. It tethers you, that makes sense. That's kind of what I was guessing. I think there's a I think if you are hovering next to a pillar when you have the web AoE, there is like a phantom tether to indicate that it would tether you. Gotcha. Yeah, like the Void Arc goo. Bridges happen by themselves, you have to make them for Savage. That makes a lot of sense. I was actually wondering if that was the case. I ought to have anticipated this. She bore witness to past events within Pandaemonium Athena would have found Elidibus impossible to overlook. Few possess such a talent for magics, to say naught of the emissary's discerning judgment. It is funny that Athena doesn't know that we've already beaten Elidibus once. Athena also doesn't know that the problem with ascending to godhood is that Sucro is specialized in god killing, so she gets like a plus 50% bonus against gods or whatever. It's fine. It's good that she doesn't know these things. Wait, Harrowing Hell had knockback? I thought that was just the repeated strikes one. But you have to make a web for that one. Interesting. I might just be mixing up the names of what I saw, but yeah, there was a big knockback. Oh, okay, it's all part of the same mechanic. Got it. Yeah, Elidibus was really cool. And so she found his soul upon the tides of the ethereal sea, and used his memories to craft a puppet that would serve her whims. But what is what Themis said true? She imbued Pandaemonium itself with a soul. Yep, and I killed it. To breathe life into that which should never live, Athena's research is fast approaching its culmination. Fortunately, with the information shared with us by your friends, we've made some strides toward figuring out how to stop her. Does it involve lasers? A crystal called the Heart of Sabik may be the key. Oh. Sucro cast Ultima? Question mark? Gasp! I haven't thought about that thing in like a million years. By which I mean like a week, because of the time bubble and all, but you know. What if the new caster job was Time Mage, and then this coincided with the time bubble going away? Because the secret coven of Time Mages was actually compressing all of the events of Final Fantasy XIV into 1 year, and it becomes a plot point how this happened? Imagine that. Think about that possibility. The researchers related a quick but thorough history of events leading to the present. The sundering of the star, the emergence of the Asians, and the calamities that they brought to bear upon the realm. Tales that, under other circumstances, we would have considered childish fantasy, if not for a name that rang true to La Habrea's memories. Would it be your own name by any chance? Nod. Oh, it's the Heart of Sabik is the name. Wait, that does happen in Magic the Gathering? I forgot about that. I think I might have known that. The Heart of Sabik. To you, the secret of the Ultima weapon's might, not least the spell known as Ultima, and a source of enduring mystery. Is this connection the entire reason that Pandaemonium also casts Ultima? We are told that a general from the Garlean Empire was gifted this auracite by an Asian that the Ultima weapon might be perfected. The identity of the shadowy benefactor, however, remains a curious unknown. Folded arms. They didn't tell you, did they? You seem to be a veritable trove of uncommon knowledge. There's aught you are withholding. It's you. You did it. Very well. At present, the Heart of Sabik itself is of greater moment. I guess we're not telling La Habrea that he did an evil. I guess we remember how that went with him itself, and it's probably not conducive to solving this particular problem to explain this right now. It is a creation of Athena's made during her time with the words of La Habrea. What? She made it the whole time? God dang it. Women's wrongs indeed, apparently. This predates even Pandemonium's construction. She brought before us a crystal she claimed to have chanced upon, saying it contained immense power. Okay, so she didn't make it, she found it? Is this another time loop shenanigan? Do we have to make a stable time loop by picking up the Heart of Sabik and throwing it into a time portal after this? She dubbed it Auracite, studying it with a fervor unusual even for her. The eventual fruit of her efforts was a Stygian crystal unlike aught we had ever seen, the Heart of Sabik. What is Auracite? How did she find this Auracite? Did Athena encounter Ultima, the High Seraph, perchance? We can connect it to Ivalice. I don't remember exactly how Ultima the High Seraph is connected to this, but I was already not ready for Ivalice, but it does have evil. You can't say Ivalice without evil, so you know.
Warning, warning, extreme Ivalice connections.
Ivalice? Okay, Ivalice is from Final Fantasy Tactics. Ivalice sounds like a medication that would be advertised on television and tell you to talk to your doctor if it was right for you. I don't know what it's a medication for. Probably like heartburn or something. What is Auracite? Have we had that explained before? Or how did she find it? These are all good questions, truthfully. Okay, what if I regretfully nod in the direction of Ivalice? Did she say anything about Ultima, like the High Seraph or whatever? Remember that fight? An unexpectedly specific question. I gather that the Heart of Sabik is not the only Auracite in this era. Regardless, I know not of this High Seraph. I skipped all of the cutscenes in the Ivalice raids, Sucro. Athena was never forthcoming as to how she found the crystal, though we came to suspect that it was not of our star. Oh. Did we know that about Auracite? Did we know that they from other planet? That makes sense. Also highly concerning information. We did know that? Okay. Much later, we discovered that Auracite magnifies the desires of those who come into contact with it. This would do much to explain Athena's actions following her recovery of the crystal. Okay, but I think it's still her fault, even if the Auracite made her even more turbo evil. Alas, this realization came too late. By the time I moved to seal the Auracite and its insidious influence away, Athena's plot had already been laid. Okay, so we knew that the High Seraph was from space. So what became of the Heart of Sabik? I took it from Athena's laboratory after I ended her life. The density of the ether within was unlike anything I'd observed. I knew its capacity for destruction, but further analysis proved impossible. I elected to safeguard it myself. We do get a pretty good look at what what Auracite does to people in the Ivalice raids, but Athena is more subtle about it. She doesn't turn into a monster yet. That's going to be the 4th tier probably, but still. It is possible that Athena herself obscured the crystal's contents. Even were her memories stored within, I would have remained in ignorance. That said, I think Athena still had some issues before being made even more turbo evil by the funny crystal. If she included some mechanism by which to give these memories form, as she did with our own, she would be reborn. Ironic that I should have protected those very memories in the name of safeguarding the star. Fate is loath to see mistakes go unpunished. Yeah. It's making her go from evil to turbo evil. You know, the third or fourth axis on the alignment chart that they don't tell you about. The extent to which you are your alignment. The highest part of it being turbo. Everyone knows this about the alignment chart, clearly. The monster unleashed Ultima. I can only guess that it was Athena's hand that placed such magic within the heart of Sabik. If so, it's only natural she would gift her own creations with such terrible power. Okay, they explained that very specific thing I was wondering about. The emissary's judgment. Cool chairs. I assume this is the meeting room of the convocation reconfigured into a trial instance. Either that or this is secretly a Kingdom Hearts crossover. Because I'm pretty sure there's the funny chair room in Kingdom Hearts. Apathetic to turbo, exactly. You want to take a look around this room when we're done with the fight? Yeah, it does seem funny chair. Well, look, they redecorated. It's the Kingdom Hearts crossover, but they redecorated. Clearly. They found some spare time from their evil plot to do whatever they were doing. It does seem like a cool room from that picture. I've told you all I know of Athena and the many secrets she kept hidden from the world. If she indeed stored her memories within the heart of Sabik, we must ask ourselves how they were awakened in this age. When was the crystal last sighted? During my fight with the Ultima weapon, or in the hands of the Asians, presumably. Last I heard of it was way back in Realm Reborn. I mean, you know, the Ultima weapon, in which you triumphed but failed to recover the heart. Yet according to your colleagues, there was another battlefield on the battlefield that day, an Asian. And this self-same Asian was later struck down at a location known as the Etherochemical Research Facility. Oh, that's why it's bad that Claudian went there. Okay. I've heard that name, and recently, the site of Professor Claudian's disappearance. Okay, they were going to make the connection one text box after I said it. Indeed, he was tracing an ethereal signature resembling that of the memory crystal in his possession. A signature that may well have belonged to the heart of Sabik, in which case it is no coincidence that Athena's awakening followed. Oh. But what reason would he have to bring her back to life? Was his mind not his own? Well, if the aura site amplifies knowledge, or amplifies one's desires, and he also had a desire for knowledge, he's become infected by Athena's turbo evil. Probably. So that's not great for us. Yet more questions without answers. I can infer the answers. Although Athena's essence is that of memory, her magics have not suffered for lack of a physical body. As the world is now, it should not be possible, but she must have found a suitable vessel. Okay, so Claudian's the vessel. Understood. Problem understood and solved. If Elidipus is to be believed, she readies this vessel for godhood, and is perilously close to success. Yeah, nobody noticed the heart of Sabik, I guess. That's a good point. I feel like Onukalai probably would have been likely to notice something like that. I don't know if Regulus would notice that. I don't know if Pope 2 would notice that. But I feel like if any of those people could have noticed it, it would have been Onukalai. But he was kind of preoccupied, I guess. It beggars belief. As you well know, you were the linchpin of her ambition. Yours was the only form that could contain the immense power Athena required, and it has long since turned to dust. Pope 2 went directly to the... Yeah, that's true. As pleasant as this discussion is, we require... Hey, wait, it's raining in Pandaemonium. Has it been raining this entire scene? Is this weird? Has anyone... Why is it raining in Pandemonium? Is that good? I thought the only weather in Pandemonium was Pandemonium. As pleasant as this discussion is, we require more information if we're to unravel this mystery. It definitely wasn't raining before. So it's definitely not raining all the time. You know who awaits you, Sucro. Themis. I fear you won't find him so cooperative as we're accustomed to. We know not how vast the space beyond these gates may be, but somewhere within lurks Athena, with Elidibus leashed at her side. One of multiple characters in this questline who has been referred to as the boy. To my memory. This may be a simplistic theory, but hear me out. If Themis arose from his memories intact, he will be eager to see reason. We need only break the magics that bind him to regain our old ally. When I'd fallen under Hephaestus' influence, you didn't stop trying until I was freed. I would ask that you do the same for Themis. Though none of us are real in the conventional sense, I feel it must be done. Themis would never have wished to be your enemy. Nod. Makes sense to me. While Erechthonios' perspective is a sentimental one, Elidibus may possess privileged knowledge. To question him unimpeded by magics would be ideal. Agdistis broke free of her bonds in her final moments, suggesting that Athena's hold weakens under the weight of combat. You might use the same principle to unshackle Elidibus' mind. So I'm going to shoot him with lasers after all. But remember that our very nature is fragile. Apparently I'm characterizing Sucro as being excited to shoot lasers at things today. They are like laser pointers, and she is a cat. I've said this before, but remember that our very nature is fragile. Even if he inhabits a vessel with which to meet you in battle, I am certain it is not meant to endure. It is fun to shoot lasers. If left weakened for too long, his ether may dissipate back into the ethereal sea. You'd best act quickly. Nod. Anyway, here's this. The 11th circle. How many dang circles can you have? This Venn diagram's way too complicated. The crystal, I have returned it to the safekeeping of your colleagues. I could find nothing new amongst the memories stored within. This space, on the other hand, is fascinating. Wrought by the same power the keywords wielded, perhaps. The weather is still pandemonium, even though it's raining now. We know not for how long we'll have free reign to go between here and the Itioscope. We'll remain here for now unless absolutely necessary. I still keep misreading, I still keep having my brain flash IKEA-scope whenever I read Itioscope. Oh, there were spotlights over there too this whole time. And the spotlights have gone out now that it's raining, and also the poison is gone. And these panels where the poison was have like an eye symbol in the middle of them. These panels make me think of Yu-Gi-Oh! On the PlayStation 1. Forbidden Memories, is that the name of that one? The game that's like Yu-Gi-Oh! Except it adds and subtracts mechanics so that it's not Yu-Gi-Oh! Really. It's also incomprehensible unless you know it. Everyone's favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Mechanic where all of the cards have star signs and can be aligned with the planets. I don't know what that means, but it's possible. It is the one with the incredibly funky soundtrack. The soundtrack is the main thing I think about with it, I think. So I don't know what the deal with this is, but I still think it looks kind of like a fire emblem of sorts. Oh no. I just wanted to take a screenshot real quick. A boss that can... I don't know what the boss that can cast all of the elemental magic and has 2 animation bones is referring to. Of course this motif is here.
I suppose I have Athena to thank for
That's
this
your
incarnation.
voice?
I
You know,
have
that was the
long
Elidibus
considered
voice
how
before.
I might stand against you, I admit.
Oh, the fire emblem looking thing. Yeah, okay, yeah, I get it.
Transformation, I present to you my truth. I am Elidibus.
I like the way people have been responding to... Cool, interesting design, I guess. Elidibus Dragoon? Someone's response to I haven't done this before is, it's like fashion. Purple is in, gold is out. Yeah, this is... Ephemeral justice. Wythemus Dragoon. When he makes 2 spots of purple and gold go to the opposite color you're given, otherwise he's fairly straightforward. Got it.
My heart quivers in anticipation. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Oh, I got hit by that apparently. So you gotta move out of that one real quick, like. Or move back into the, oh, not that time. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Now I move into the center. Even with people explaining it to me, it took me a couple times.
Submit to the emissary's judgment.
No. I don't wanna.
The balance must be
You haven't given me a color yet. Okay, now, yeah. All right.
Will you be judged worthy to exist?
Hey, that judgment's already happened, man.
These magics are not for you to wield.
Oh wow, you don't get a lot of... Oh, this is the... Now you're gonna do a close attack, I guess? Probably... Yeah. I'm getting it. So you're doing this again. I'm going to purple again.
Will light embrace or darkness
Oh, I see.
consume?
I see.
Will you be judged worthy to exist?
So that just isn't a hit unless you're in the wrong place, I guess.
Your measure.
What the? Tank Buster, but it's a big ol' circle. The 11th one, in fact. Oh, I didn't notice you were doing that. Okay, you gave me enough time. Cool, cool. Why'd someone use a limit break? Oh, I was a little bit early on the multi-shield, I see. I was just using it as another mitigation. That's fine, though. Not a big deal.
I am the emissary, and I shall never die.
Bad news, man. You died twice already. At least. Okay. I go to the yellow this time. Gold, rather.
Now to take your measure.
Okay, now you're gonna... Since that's light, you're gonna strike the middle again.
These magics are not for you to wield.
And you're gonna do it again this time.
Will you be judged worthy to exist?
Yep. Oh. I did that early for no reason.
Now to take your measure.
Oh, right, that's wider than I remembered.
For victory.
You gotta get real far away. Oh.
Warriors forged in my own image.
Shadowed messengers. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I know where to go here, I think. Yeah, I got it.
These magics are not for you to wield. Power from beyond.
Ah, finally I get to use pandaemonium where it's intended for use. Also, there was someone here with the Mikote voice that goes, "Wow, whew, wow, wah, wow, whew." I love that voice. I think I did good that time. I understood the question. The questions being asked. That was a good one. I liked that one. Also, I keep noticing that I'm higher on the DPS, on the aggro list than some DPS are sometimes. I give my commendations arbitrarily. Wait. I think I just realized that one of those people was Vorpy, actually. Where is... Oh, right, it's in special. Wrong direction. Shoutouts to you. This is silly. This will probably not be the thumbnail, but it's a picture worth taking. Oh, there was someone you recognized? How are you doing this forbidden magic? I need to know how to do this forbidden spell. I don't know. What are you doing? You're just holding left? I mean, if I hold left, I will move away from the emote, is the thing. Like, if I press left right now, I just move. I am controller, so there is that, I guess. It might be a specific control setting type of thing. Hey, you said to look at the room. We can see some buildings out the window. I don't believe I have the ability to rotate in that manner on a controller. There's like pedestals with different stuff on them. It does seem to be Amarod in sunlight. Sucre, I don't need you to emote right now. There's like a... I'm not sure what that is. It looks like some sort of like, I don't know, incense burner or keeping the bugs away device. Perhaps some alchemy equipment of some kind. Urn 2. You have to earn your place in the Convocation of 14 after all. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bo. Okay, the props sort of like repeat in the circle. What's this sigil over there? Ooh. Is there like a... Oh, that's a light shining on it. I thought that was like a weird lever attached to it, like a joystick or something for a second. This is probably representative of something. And there's also this symbol, which this symbol resembles... Is this like all of the Convocation's masks put together into one symbol or something? Because it looks like it's made of the masks. Oh, that's the Charlean Helix? It resembles it. I can't find the Helix again. Where'd the Helix go? Oh, it's right there. It is similar to the Charlean Helix. I don't think it's exactly the same, but it is like a precursor to it. But yeah, this is definitely like all the masks put together or something, which is really cool. What a cool detail. Hey Themis, you doing okay? Will you do better if I do this and 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 that? And I can't shoot you with Zoe, or not, no, Zoe's the power. I can't shoot you with Numa. I need a target for that. Feels mocking of the there are lines on the floor. I mean, these lines don't apply to the fight. There sure is line on the floor. Sage is pretty flashy and stuff, so it is fun to use all of the stuff. I got 2 commendations, wow. Eye narrow. The fog has lifted. I've been giving you too different of a voice from Elidibus. I knew that Athena's magics magnified the desires of their victim at the expense of aught else, but I never guessed what desire of mine she could exploit. Since the moment we met, I've made plain my interest in you, my desire to understand your nature. I suppose that curiosity extended to how each of us would fare in a match of strength. I don't think I've noticed that there's lines on the floor in Endwalker arenas. I'll have to pay more attention. I am noticing the pixels on Sucro's collar, within a collar, though. I would love if there was a boss in a grid arena that used AoEs that were circles. What is this? It's blue. They've been trying to prank people with the lines. That's good too. Free, and I am no longer needed. Wait, we might need your advice about something. Do not look so crestfallen, my friend. If you say a smile better suits a hero, I'll die. Especially given the music that's suddenly playing being Kurthus aspected for some reason. Why do we have this motif here? These few moments of clarity are more than I could have asked for. Them isn't. We need you, Themis. Your work isn't over yet, or you must render judgment of Athena's actions. No, I don't think we need Themis to render judgment. I think we can judge her as turbo evil and shoot lasers, probably. We need you. I don't know exactly what we need you for, to be honest, but we need your help. This ain't over yet. Sucro use a power that she has, apparently. Oh, right. The ether-giving beam. This warmth. Your ether. I don't know why this motif is here. But it's a good song. You've grasped the fraying strands of my being and tied them together with your own. Nevertheless, I fear that I am here on borrowed time. I only hope that I can see you through the last of our battles. Until then, I will cherish every moment. Smile. Hand. I am Elidibus, the emissary. As such, it falls upon me to judge Athena, who would disrupt our carefully maintained balance to fulfill her own desires. I swear I shall not waver in this duty. Let us return to Ergthonios and La Habrea. There is much I would share with you before we embark upon our final ascent. Nod. This music here is also surprising. This music I associate with the Waking Sands. Anyway, we're here now. These cylinders are going to be here forever. The four of us are together once again. Although I may not have directly experienced our adventures, my memories make our bonds as real as any other. As I surmised, Elidibus was constructed with the strength to see your battle done, yet I fear his ether may not sustain him through another. Themis, it's good to see you. I knew Sucro would guide you to our side once again. I am grateful she had the patience to tolerate my lapse in manners. That's a very funny way to put that. Athena's hold upon me is broken, and I pledge every moment of my remaining time to seeing that she answer for her deeds. Very good. To that end, I would have you share what you know of her plan. Nod. Hermes and Medion are ancient society failing? Yep, that seems true to me. Of course, as I mentioned, Athena possesses a vessel that may serve in the creation of a god. It is someone Sucro knows well, a man by the name of Claudian. I knew it! I detected the foreshadowing. By a twist of fate, his body proved to be ideal for Athena's purpose. Huh. That is an interesting perspective. I mean, the trajectory she went upon, her path, was basically the beliefs of the society at large to the extreme, now that you mention it. So yeah. But yeah, Claudian is the vessel, I knew it. I think Sucro also knew it. She wasn't surprised by this. The creation of a person requires not just a body, soul, or memory, but rather all three. We are made from the memories of our ancient counterparts, etched upon drifting souls and given form through the infusion of ether. We lack a physical body, yet you can see and feel us all the same. I mean, the thing that I said about Claudian being suited for this is that the Aurosite probably amplified his desire for knowledge the same way it amplified her desire for knowledge. They're not dissimilar in some ways. That was my guess. I don't know if they say an answer to that question or not. Athena is different. She has carved her memories into Claudian's soul while it was still within its body, and thus made both her own. But even she is prone to error. After the sundering, beings became more fragile in both body and soul, and this difference prevents Athena from realizing the full extent of her desires. So that's why she's turned her sights towards Sucro. Her uncommon strength rivals even the mightiest of our age. Nod. I guess I'm pretty cool. I don't know. By scrutinizing her feats in battle, Athena aims to deduce the secret of Sucro's prowess and use it to fortify her own vessel. Only then will the culmination of her research be at hand. Athena is going to deduce that she needs cat ears. We have to save Claudian. Can't we simply remove Athena's memories from Claudian's body? Or then to fight Athena, we must fight Claudian as well. We gotta save him if we can. An arduous task, but not impossible. Athena can inscribe herself upon another's soul, but she cannot erase its will. If we awaken Claudian's spirit to the reality of his bondage, he might be compelled to wrest his body from Athena's clutches. Yeah, that tracks. Gasp. That's sort of happened before. We still don't know why she chose Claudian. What makes him more suited than anyone else? Well, they are pondering this question. Although I have never spoken to Claudian, I did witness an incident that may prove revelatory. When instructing the vessel to do her bidding, she called it by a familiar name, Erchthonios. Oh. Is Claudian is a shard of Erchthonios in some way, then. Fascinating. Or a descendant of one of the sundered parts. Didn't expect that one. I still think my conclusion about his knowledge being, or his want for knowledge being amplified is probably relevant. Gasp. Oh yeah, they do have those similar features. I don't think I was thinking much of it because, like, hair seems to be arbitrary. Like, I was observing and thinking about Eric Donios's hair because it's like, oh, I know where this hair is unlocked. I think this one is from Skybuilder's scripts. It's kind of funny that they have this hairstyle in the past, but I didn't mention any of that. I didn't consider how it might be more relevant. What? Why would she... It is as I thought. It's time to give Sucro an outdated materia. Everyone is always thinking about when to hand Sucro materia 9. Our course of action is clear. We must lay Athena low and rescue Claudian. A difficult task to be sure, but one which the present company is more than capable of achieving. Why would Athena use my name? More questions and few answers to go around. A mother's touch. She's made another square. It is still funny to me, the square arenas. Like, it makes sense. I'm not criticizing them, but there's something funny about "we will fight on a perfect square I have created" being something that happens so often. Behold the perfect shape. Square. Themis, you may have just handed us the key to rescuing Claudian. Gasp. What must we do? First and foremost, we must confront Athena. She must be made vulnerable as Elidibus was. And our opponent stands on the verge of godhood. As we are now, she would unmake us in an instant. Sucro, we have no choice but to place the burden of our fate, and the fate of many more besides, squarely upon your shoulders. Squarely? Like the perfect shape? I trust you have no objections. You'd like to try and tank it? Well, you're free to try and join alongside, as usual, I suppose. God or no, I shall cast her down. It's a burden I'm used to carrying. Objections no, concerns yes. What was the specific thing that was just said to me? I'm used to it at this point. I imagine so. Ever have we relied upon your skill at arms? Not just you. And we all appreciate Sucro's willingness to fling herself at the unknown. However, we have yet to hear how this will liberate Claudian. I have a plan. Do not trouble yourself over the details. The same goes for you, Sucro. You must focus the entirety of your attention on Athena. She will not be easily bested, even by one of your prowess. Then let us trust in La Habrea and prepare for the battle to come. Nod. Okay, I'm going over here now. Before we face Athena, I must know. She had never discovered the Aurosite, had never fallen under its influence. Would she have lived a normal life? Would she have been a mother to me? Nope, she was still turbo evil. I have asked myself the same questions. Questions with no answer, I fear. But let us put them out of our mind. There is something we must discuss, and I will do so not as La Habrea, but as a father to his son. Circles are also one of the most powerful shapes in this game, alongside the square. They should make a place in the game that is just called the square circle to really... I don't know what that would accomplish, but they should. I mean, they have the round square, so clearly we need... God, what if we go to a reflection at some point and there's an alternate dimension gold saucer with the square circle in it instead of the round square? I think that should happen. Anyway, Athena maintains absolute control over this space. Beyond the gate, she has doubtless built herself an abode worthy of a god, like a square perhaps, and now awaits the arrival of her supplicants. For now, we place our trust in you. The rest must wait until we have Athena before us. The silver cup, or maybe the silver chalice or something. Right now, Athena must be the sole focus of your attention. She shall not hesitate to exploit any weakness she consents. I think it would be more canon. Because I think if you made a parallel universe gold saucer, it would probably be part of the story. Maybe the silver chalice? Is that a reference of some kind? I feel like if we went to another shard and there was an alternate gold saucer, it would probably play a role in the plot in some way for some reason. But anyway, I'm gonna do this again. And also, oh, I forgot it was one of the religions that you have in your story. Rather than present you with this or that, this particular time, I would like you to observe something instead. These are for recent Sucro healer outfits. The current one being the second one. I'd like you to ponder these and which one you like the most, and if you have any opinions about this. And now I will BRB. Hello. Thank you for your feedback on the various Sucro outfits. Seems like opinions are leaning towards the second one, mostly. I think I like the first two. Basically. I mean, I like all of them. Before I remembered about the second two, I have this other image of comparing the angles of the first two. Because these are the main ones I was considering before I remembered the other two also exist. The reason I'm wondering this is because I'm kind of wondering about like which is the 6.X outfit, I guess? Probably field researcher? Probably. There is part of it was I was thinking it'd be kind of fun if Sucro was like trying a different style, and I feel like field researcher is closer to regular Sucro style. And there would be something funny about Sucro showing back up to the Scions with a completely different look. She looks a little different. She figured out she needs to wear glasses and has a different haircut, and isn't a tank now, but you know. All right. I've forgotten to use healer food this whole time, but it's fine. There are some differences, yeah. But I like this outfit quite a bit, so. I really like how the sage-specific gloves work with the Bosnian code of healing. I don't know exactly what's going on with the right glove. Is this because the sage unarmed attack is a punch or like a hand slap? Was she more accurate during Heavensward? Who knows? Well. Why is it so much easier to read when I'm in disguise? That's more of that's a Sucro thought right there, for sure. The 12th circle, which is a square. Instant. Surprisingly instant.
You have done well to reach the seat of godhood. Now, bear your souls to me.
No. Welcome to the seat of godhood. It's time for a rave. Or something. Okay. This song has PSO2 episode 4 vibes, and that's funny. That's very funny to me, actually.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
A lot of it is gender reasons. Well, maybe, but I think the wind-up Athena just looks like regular Athena, right? Oh, I didn't.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
I just think her attitude is not good. Oh.
From nothing,
Whoops.
I mold life.
I thought you just said you mauled. Wow! 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 The voice is back. So right, left, left, right. Oh. What? Wait, no. Now. Now, oh, wait, never mind. I don't fully get this one as readily as the previous one.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
I got that the rings were telegraphing something, but I didn't, Oh. Okay, sure. That made some degree of sense, arguably. Super Chain Theory. That's my favorite Super Nintendo game. I get this part. What? It's a little difficult to remember to do the Sage MP management when trying to figure out how the fight works. Ugh. You made your square into teeth. That's weird. I don't know what this means. You thought the arena was just a square, but actually, there was a prank. What? Hey, what? Hey, I don't agree with that. I think there was lag involved there. Hey! Not that incantation. Tremble! Okay, the way she says it is very funny. The world shall tremble!
Such a singularly resolute soul.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool, I guess.
These chains are forged from the fabric of creation. Shine brilliant for me.
Is this good? Maybe? Yes. Okay, I need to move way earlier, basically, for that. I wasn't processing where the rings were. That's my bad. This fight is definitely... Well... well... It's kind of... I feel like it's unfortunate that that can happen in this game. I mean, it's very accurate to Final Fantasy, to be fair. Final Fantasy Classic loves to kill party members that you just resurrected. Ah, jeez. You're doing so many things. Oh, wow. Oh, that only... I thought that got like 4 people.
Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
I just remembered I have Numa. Should have used that at some point, probably.
Shine brilliant for me!
I died like 4 times. You can do it, team.
Today, my theory shall
You
be
did it,
proven
team.
as fact.
Your theory will be proven as fact, huh? Nope. Actually, you die. I thought Sucre was going to do an out-of-place joy emote there. Also, eyeballs in the sky. A lot of her moves are named after defunct scientific theories. That's really funny. Well, there's Wind Up Athena. Huh. Who's not rolling? Someone is trying to stall the timer. Maybe. Potentially. The theme was cool, but it reminded me very specifically of Phantasy Star Online 2 Episode 4. Which is funny, and also like a small point against it. Who didn't roll on the minion? Hello. The theme of the final boss reminded me of Phantasy Star Online Episode 2. That's why I said that. It's the cat who didn't roll. Yeah. That tracks. Oh no. I'm sorry for mentioning episode 4. What is the timer on this? How long do we have to sit here? Was the weather still pandemonium? Yes, it was. Oh no, my ad block has been updated. Ah, there it goes. Allow me to... Ah, so loud! This is the specific PSO2 episode 4 music I was thinking of. Sorry for the audio. It's the one on the moon that's a remix of Moonlight Sonata. Episode 4 jump scare, that's right. It has very funny lyrics too. Skip forward a bit. Is it just me, or does anyone else understand how this has similar vibes to that? Anyway, that's far too much episode 4 to have on stream. I got 1 commendation. Even though I died 7 times. Why did I get a message? Did I get like a mail? I can't get free company invites anymore. Athena's somehow sending me a free company invite despite everything. Join my free company and you'll totally understand my plan. Countless years I waited within that stifling crystal, and now when my dream is finally within reach, you stand in my way. Yeah, 'cause your dream's bad. Your dream is not but a selfish ambition. Its fulfillment would benefit only you. And why, Athena? At the end of this road to godhood, what did you hope to find? It matters not. The fact remains that she worked against the interests of the star. Even so, I would hear her answer. I would know why my mother cast us aside. Mask. The mask is off. Metaphorically. And possibly literally. How unlike you, Ericthonios. You were never so inquisitive before. Having struck upon a hypothesis, there is but one thing the wise woman desires. Irrefutable proof. Creepy. That's a great emote also. My theory was that any true god would see us as we are, imperfect. She would hammer out our flaws and build something greater. Both of these emotes are reasonable responses to this. To prove this could not but benefit the star, I would give it the perfect stewards that it might shine brighter than any other. And you would destroy the lives already upon it. In that, I am no different from our peers. Over the course of aeons, how many creations have we wrought? Such creatures cannot but usher their inferior predecessors into oblivion. Even without our meddling, nature would take the selfsame course. If the destination is the same, is it somehow worse to arrive there by the guidance of a god? I think not. The Auracite made such thoughts irresistible, perhaps, but it cannot have created them from whole cloth. This is Athena's truth. What right have you to pass judgment? You were but a vessel for my masterwork. Your purpose ends there. My only mistake was leaving you possessed of a soul. What are you saying? Poor Erechthonios, always the last to arrive at the obvious conclusion. I gave birth to you for a single reason, that you might serve as my tool. And like any tool, I crafted you to suit my needs, that you might accept my essence when the time came. Of course, I also made you more amenable to my demands, and ensured that you would feel a cloying affection for your dear mother. However, it seems that my tinkering was insufficient. My very feelings were of your design. Allow me to discreetly charge my energy blast. You created a boy unable to grasp even the simplest magic, ever hopelessly clinging to his mother's robes, unable to do otherwise. I was doomed from the start. Yet here you are, standing in defiance of her design. You are more than what she made you. Sucro looking. I still feel the sting of it, but with pain comes clarity. You ill deserve to wear the mantle of a god. Why are you holding your hand behind your back conspicuously? By the way, as stubborn as you are witless, if the star will not be mine, then it serves no purpose. Here's my energy blast! Wow. That's, You charged that more than I thought you did. She aims to obliterate the ethereal sea and stem the flow of life. She will do no such thing. Before the battle, La Habrea told me I was the key to finishing this. What if he just ran for her and punched her in the throat, instead of doing anything fancy? And it worked? Although I am but an illusion, my soul has crossed eons to find its home in another, one whose body Athena has seen fit to purloin as her own. Much of what I once was now resides in him. Should my memories seize this chance to follow suit, they may resound enough to wake his mind. But Athena inhabits him still. What will become of you? I don't know, but if I can rouse his soul, perhaps it will disrupt Athena's hold. It's the best chance we have. My whole life others have looked down upon me, but I've never given up searching for my purpose. Now I've found it. This decision is yours to make and yours alone. Do as you will, my son. I know you shall make me proud. Ericthonios, do not dare. He's daring. No, stop this! Your words hold sway over me no longer. My life is my own. And I have found my true family. Wait, is he actually just gonna run forward and punch her in the throat? Basically, kind of. Ugh. He kind of did that. Kind of. My power wanes. The vessel rejects me. Yeah, it's funny how she just says the mom line of, son, go to your room.
To the stars. You just posted cringe. Flying at the speed of light. Find a technician.
Destroy! Those are relevant, kind of. Every line there is kind of relevant if you count Claudian as a technician. You just posted cringe. Oh
yeah,
no.
Yo.
Oh no.
I'm the tallest of mountains. I am the roughest of waves.
The screen
I'm
is
the
going to be
toughest of
shaking for a
terrors.
while.
I
I
am
feel
the
like I
darkest
can't
of days.
continue this
I'm the
cutscene while
last
this
one
is
that's
ongoing.
standing. Don't try to stand in my way, cause I've been up against better. Just take a look at my face. Cause if you're messing with me, I am a dangerous weapon. I am the
Wait,
sharpest
stop.
of blades. I'll cut you down in a second, cause I was born in this pain. It only hurts if you let it. So if you think you can take me,
I thought it stopped
then you
because
should
I
go and
alt-tabbed,
forget it. And
but it
after
just
all this
stopped.
time, you're back for more. I won't stop until they know my name, so I'll take what's mine and start this war.
This is the Mrs.
I'm
Enter
coming at you
monologue
like
now.
a tidal wave, tidal wave, tidal wave. When everything you know has come and gone, you are at your lowest, I am rising higher, only scars remain of who I was, what I find in the ashes, you lose in the fire, when there's no one left to carry on, this is an illusion, open up your eyes and, this pain, persists, I can't, resist, but that's what it takes to be infinite. Yeah, so look around you, and tell me what you really see, I never end, and that's the difference in you and me, cause when your time is up, and everything is falling down, it's only me and you, who is gonna save you now. So look around you, and tell me what you really see, you live a lie, and that's the difference in you and me, I have the power.
You're right, this
Let
is
me show you
appropriate
what
in
it's
the
all
context.
about. It's only me and you, who is gonna save you now? Who is gonna save you now? I am the tallest of mountains, and don't you ever forget it, if you step in the ring, then you're gonna regret it, take it, cause if you're messing with me, then you should know that it's over, I don't crumble for nothing, I've got the world on my shoulders, meow.
Meow. What is happening? Athena's magic should be impotent with no body to fuel them. Precisely. Oh, the screen shake machine found batteries again. Athena was the sole force holding the space around Pandaemonium together, and now it crumbles. Now, if I alt-tab again... Okay, now if I sit on this text box again for a second, I'm just curious to know if the screen shake is gonna stop again at this point. It does. That's really funny. I don't know why it's funny, but it is that the screen shake is like a limited amount of time only. Pandaemonium is crumbling, but only when we speak. Only when the camera angle changes. Seems so. Although little would change if we were buried here, we cannot let this be Sucro's final resting place. Nod. Everyone agrees that Sucro is too cool. Oh yeah, there you can see that Claudian has the same hair and stuff, the same hairstyle and stuff. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. Hey, what's that? What's this? Of all my miscalculations to think that you would be my undoing, that you would even be capable of defying me. Who thought that being the worst mother would come back to bite me? Wow, I never expected this one. Ah, is there more you would say to me? Or have you decided to return to your dear mother's bosom? Have you brought Claudian back to me? Apologies, but I am only the dregs of your own memory. I can do naught but watch as the evil you wrought collapses, burying you under its weight. How disappointing. Truly useless to the last. And who made me that way? Oh, sick burn! Get owned! Get wrecked. Yeah.
To the stars.
Again!
A living weapon. My ship sails in the morning. The silent treatment.
Destroy!
At least one of those lines was also, relevant. Anyway. That is such a good line, and I'm so glad that's the final line in that scene. That's perfect. Get destroyed forever, Athena. Okay, so now we have to move away from it instead of standing inside of it, because it went from dark to light. Oh, never mind.
To the stars.
Another one?
What is now shocking? All of my name days at once. Behold my demons.
Behold my demons.
Destroy!
I forgot I put Behold My Demons in there. But yeah, you can see the resemblance with Claudian there. Questions, questions, and more questions. Why did Claudian set out by himself? What did he see? Oh, I do hope he wakes up soon. Yeah, we beheld a few demons. Both, literal and metaphorical. At least on the surface, Professor Claudian appears unharmed. We must wait for him to regain consciousness to judge anything beyond that, I fear. He's gonna, spring up in one frame and be like, I love research! And everyone's gonna be like, well, that's the same old Claudian. There's gonna be an iris out and everyone's gonna laugh. ... Claudian's famous catchphrase, I love research. Although Erichthonios was not but a collection of memories, I know his absence pains you. But he acted with resolve, full aware of the potential consequences. Let us look back on this moment not with sorrow, but with pride. You both are the heroes of the day. Athena's ambitions would have swallowed the world had you not stemmed their advance. We shall stay here, both to look over Professor Claudian and ensure that there are no further disturbances in the ethereal sea. You should rest, and I will not take no for an answer. That almost makes it sound like there was another several months in between that and, the epilogue of all this. Claudian sitting there forever. So this is the thing I can only get one of a week, I think. I don't remember what... Is this used to get the contest winner weapons? I think that's the case. The comedy tombstone ones. Yeah. Which are statistically unnecessary, but aesthetically a lot of them are pretty cool. We shall stay here and wait for Claudian to regain his senses. Pray rest while you can. Pray west, I almost said. Yeah, they may or may not be better, that's true. But the augmented Diadoco swings are vitality, mind, critical hit, determination, so they're fine. And I think the tombstone ones are the same stats, but like distributed a bit differently, I think. Crit debt is the best stat combo for most people, is what I understand. Guided by the past. Wow, even more Materia 9. I love that. I love to vendor it. It seems we can do naught but wait. And so they waited. I didn't check the weather. Here. You know, I could heal him. Could cast a few healing spells. That might help. Oh, they're not as good because they're high debt, low crit. Interesting. Perhaps we might discuss a matter which has been troubling me. While your colleague Nemjiji was enlightening us on the historical events which led to this era, she let slip the name of one of the Asians, La Habrea. Oh, you noticed that. Yeah, that happened. Although she knew of the figure only from her research, she was most insistent that there is no evidence connecting the Asian to myself. Yet I'm aware that this La Habrea used the heart of Sabik to sow chaos throughout your world, and I would be a fool to deny such strong connections between us. You are the only one present who has met the Asian in question, so I would ask you directly, are he and I one and the same? Is it my fate to work in the shadows and bring about untold destruction? This is kind of a Ship of Theseus kind of deal, if you think about it. And like, we're not totally sure because La Habrea is like a title. I know that. Could be someone else in the same seat. I don't know if that's confirmed or denied. So like, from my perspective, I think this is actually, I cannot be certain for multiple reasons. One, we don't know. It's definite that Hephaestus is our La Habrea. It didn't seem definite to me. And also, knowing how much people can change over time, you're, like, one could argue that even if they are physically the same person, they are not actually the same person because, like, something led La Habrea to change a lot, right? Like, the circumstances are different. I think I cannot be certain is my answer. He's not at all similar to the one we knew, even though they might be the same person. I can't be sure. A diplomatic answer. I understand the Asians often use the bodies of others to enact their plots, so it is impossible to say who they truly are. That too. These Asians, or paragons, I'm told, were ruthless in their schemes to rejoin the Sundered Worlds. I have heard but a small number of their deeds, and I still find it difficult to comprehend the depths to which they were willing to sink. To choose a path of evil, all for the sake of the star. Your response to this is a lot more measured than Emmett Selk's was, which is also interesting. That's fair and valid. That answer makes sense. I just don't, just from my perspective, and possibly from Sucro's perspective, I think this is not the same La Habrea in at least one sense of the word. Like, if I knew for sure, without a doubt that this La Habrea became the one that we dealt with in Realm Reborn, I might have said, you are him. But first of all, I don't know that for certain. And secondly, he's so different. But yeah, I don't need to justify my answer or anything. I think it's an interesting discussion. I think there's probably a good chance that part of Emmett's reaction was fear, yeah. That makes sense to me. La Habrea is a very, like, thinking about stuff kind of person. Or at least this La Habrea. The later one is more like cackling and destroying things guy, but, you know. Fourth option, you're the same guy with a different writer. I admit 'tis a decision I would make under the right circumstances. Although the ages may take their toll, my devotion to my duty will never waver. I narrow. Paying no heed to what might be lost, I will treat the heart of Sabik as a mere tool for my own ends. Never caring to look beyond the surface, I will unleash forces that I fail to truly comprehend, and remain blissfully ignorant of my hypocrisy all the while. Possible. Whoa. Sudden cut to black. Ah, Claudian is waking up. I wonder if that sudden cut to Elidibus was Elidibus wondering, like, what happens with him. Ah, it appears Claudian has awakened. Wait. Oh wait, no, that's correct. I was like, for a second, my brain forgot who this other person was. I was like, wait, are there two Claudians now for some reason? Sucro, I have some faint memories of what transpired. You stood against Athena and won. Okay, they don't actually have the... Do they have the same hair? No, it's just similar. It's not the same. It's a different hairstyle. It's similar-ish, though. And you were there, too. Oh, okay. Sage weapons have exactly the same stats. Fair enough. The pixie wings don't really fit with any of the current outfits that I have, I think. But they are neat. La Habrea, Ericthonios' memories of you dwell within me still. Gasp. Through unyielding discipline, you hoped to forge a son equal to yourself, but the crucible you placed him in left scars which were loath to heal. Yet you were never motivated by selfishness. All you did was in service of your duty. At the least, I... Shake head. I will hear no more. Though you may possess Ericthonios' memories, you are not him. In rebirth, you have become someone else entirely, and you belong to this age. As such, I am your enemy, and an enemy does not deserve sympathy. Is that the specific thing that Ascian meant? I associate Ascian more with the motives of that group of people than the whole memories thing. Of course, I would never condone the actions of the Ascian, but you are not him. You are La Habrea of the Convocation. Claudian is having a similar train of thought as I was when I chose, I can't be sure. You spared no effort in saving us from Athena's machinations. For that you deserve the utmost praise and my personal thanks. Smile. If you insist on deceiving yourself, then so be it. My stance remains unchanged. The most difficult part of your trials is behind you, but you may find that Pandemonium has yet to relinquish the last of its secrets. Among them is the identity of Hephaestus' liberator, who set the very first wheels in motion. There's but one place to find these answers: the past. Nod. However, I must insist that you keep silent about Athena's fate. While I doubt it would change the decisions I make, you should not tender us information we cannot uncover ourselves. Now that I've said my piece, I shall follow in my son's footsteps. These odious memories will fade to nothing, as was always their fate. Farewell. That seems like an interesting concept. Sparkle. My time too draws near, but I believe I can stay long enough to see this matter through. You shall journey to the past to seek out the truth of La Habrea's words, yes? Though Themis himself may have been there to see this encounter, I have the unique opportunity to hear your perspective on the matter. That is, of course, if you will share it from me. Or share it with me. Nod. I look forward to it. I shall take in the ethereal sea one final time as I await your return. So the fights are done, but there's still more story to do. I do have a mail. I have a letter. Now all that is left is to return to Pandemonium and ask La Habrea to shed light on it upon its few remaining mysteries. I look forward to your return. I too shall stay here and await your return. I could use a rest, and there's a matter which I would discuss with you and Themis before we say our farewells. Rosinod and I shall return to Aporia and make our report to Master Fortuno at once. Oh, where to begin? I believe we've yet to see the full effect these events will have on the ethereal sea. Once Professor Claudian recovers, we must conduct a thorough investigation. I wonder how you go about investigating this place, really. That makes sense. I did notice there were some angles going on with the funny Trinity of Souls thing. I also needed to move way earlier to dodge those. I feel like the markers for that are a little bit odd. That's my slight criticism of that one. Vicious snapshotting, yeah. I don't think the game was lagging. I think the markers are just designed that way. You really have to know that you can move into something after it fires and like act on that as quick as you can. It's a rude one a little bit. That's maybe the rudest snapshot in the game that I've seen. Wait, oh wait, that's the savage ones, right? Also, Ayato is here. Right, that's a lift. You can't just go through the door. Funny prank. I don't know why I'm doing this. Shoutouts to you, who helped me on my quest. I have a motorcycle. Farewell. I got an agrees wholeheartedly. You do have a motorcycle, says Ayato. I agree. Oh yeah, I forgot to think about the near raids. 9S would have been one that I did fight, but I'd forgotten how that fight goes. I haven't seen the other two, and I still have that quest in my log. I don't know what I should do about that. There's only two options, abandon it or complete it. I guess there's the third option of leaving it there forever, which is probably not the best one to have there. I don't know. I'm not gonna do the near raids on camera ever, though. I'll get it eventually? You mean like I'll roll it in the roulette eventually? Trial of Roulette gave me Shinryu yesterday, and I was like, oh no. Knuckles, oh no, .wave. Well, there's just people in Pandemonium now. You have aught to report? We must free the rest of our colleagues. Okay, so you can just... Pandemonium's protective wards have been restored. So you can just roll things like that? Oh, hey, Hegemon. Ah, you must be Sucro. I'm Hegemon, keyword of Abyssos, but I suspect you may already know that. We did meet once before, after all, though I was not entirely myself at the time. Thanks to you, however, I can rightly say my faculties are mine once more. At present, I'm taking stock of the damage done to the facility. I kind of forgot that Hegemon lived. I am afraid of Savage. I don't think I could do Savage. Oh no. That Athena would build all this. This isn't all she's left behind. Third person here has nothing to say. Hey, what's up? This isn't weird for me at all. Sucro, I didn't expect to see you here again so soon, but 'tis always a joy. You seem quite happy to be here. Thank you for checking up on us. Did you speak with Hegemon and the other warders on your way here? The work is long, but we've made great strides in undoing Athena's meddling. I think the thing about Savage to me is that it's scary. I feel like the angry people in the community are more likely to be concentrated within the part that does Savage raiding and stuff in a way that is accessible to a non-static party. So if you were to jump into Party Finder to do Savage whatever, you'd get blown up if you made a mistake. That's my fear anyway. I have no proof of this because I've never tried it. Anyway. Sucro, truth be told, I thought you would have little reason to ever visit this place again. Seems I was wrong. I just wanted to say hi, or I'm looking for answers. I have a few lingering questions. How neatly you obfuscate your motivations. Do as you will, then. She has gone through the trouble to visit us, so I hardly think curtness is in order. We brave pandemonium together. Why not at least share with her our progress? I have relinquished control of pandemonium to La Habrea. I was never meant to hold it for long, and now such authority resides in rightful hands. With La Habrea's help, we have poured through Athena's research into the Hemethioi. Thus, we were able to restore Hegemon's mind and body. Yet there is still much work to be done. Damage to repair, key wards to replace. The tasks are too many to count. But although the path may be long, our progress is steady. I believe we can safely say that Pandemonium will soon function as it did before. Indeed. But before we reach that point, however, there are some matters which must be put to rest. One concerns Pandemonium itself, and another is a personal matter. Until they are settled, I cannot move forward. Shall not take long. Lack of resolve caused me to delay, but I have chosen my course. These concerns must be weighty indeed. Do you intend to share your burdens with us? If you would bear witness, then come. Your arrival at this very moment almost beggars belief, but I shall not ask you to leave. I simply ask that you do not interfere, no matter what may happen. Very serious-looking Sucro. Yeah, it would be nice. Like, it'd be interesting to try and experience the Savage stuff. But, like, the high difficulty of it, the probability of the jerks, and also just the general, like, dealing with strangers in a more high-stress environment would be a lot for me to deal with. And, like, those are definitely fights I would need to, like, read up on in advance. And I have trouble remembering stuff a lot of the time, too, so I feel like I'd easily forget a lot of what I was supposed to be learning. It would be a struggle, is all. Stay here. This will be over soon. Nod. Why did you call me here, Master La Habrea? There is still much to be done if the warders are to be freed. You have served within Pandemonium since Athena's time, have you not? That makes you the most senior key ward now that Aegisthus is gone. As such, you deserve to know a secret few others are privileged to hear, one concerning myself. Separating Hephaestus from myself required removing a part of my soul. A necessary sacrifice, but one which came at no small cost to my natural talents. I am but a shadow of the man I was at the time of my appointment as La Habrea. Unreal's not vanishing would also be cool, and something in between normal and savage would be neat. Like, extreme is kinda that, but also not really. I would love if they had trust versions of the high difficulty stuff, but they really want people to work together for those. So I don't think that is in the cards, most likely. I wonder how difficult it would be for them to program trust versions of the really high-end stuff, though. How bad would Thancred be at Savage? I could never hope to wield the same magics that Hephaestus used to bind the warders' minds, let alone break their shackles. You're not public enemy number one. You're good. Yeah, the Scion's performance during the Mother Crystal was pretty funny. I still wonder how that would have gone if I weren't the tank, because, like, I think some of why they died a lot was that they didn't mesh with how I positioned the boss. Not saying that it was my fault, it's just that I did not guess correctly where the AI wanted me to put the boss for them to function. For a bit, I think, maybe? God, they kept doing that too. Every time I've run the dead ends in Trust, it isn't Alphino for me, but Y'shtola or like whoever one of the DPSs loves to sprint to try and get me destroyed, and they have gotten me destroyed multiple times. It is funny. That tone of defeat does not befit your voice, Master La Habrea. Do not give in to despair. There is no despair, only truth. I do not confide in you to garner cheap sympathy. Hephaestus left behind fascinating research. His conclusion was that in order to transform a vessel into a Methios, absolute control over their mind was essential. As you well know, the magics used to achieve such dominion exploited strong emotions within their victims' hearts. In the case of Hesperos and Agdistis, their respect for me. Upon slipping his bonds, Hephaestus took steps to throw Pandemonium into chaos. With their attention divided, Keyword and Warder alike were easy targets. There was an act that came before. Regardless of Hephaestus's prowess, he could not have won freedom on his own. For long days and nights I pondered who might have released him. I could only conclude that Athena's plans were set in motion long, long ago, when she claimed the mind of one of her admirers. Hegemon, none would question your pride in your position, your devotion to Pandemonium. But you do not believe I am the one fit to lead it, do you? Your loyalty lies not with my vision for Pandemonium, but Athena's. Master La Habrea, whatever has spurred this sudden accusation, I assure you there is a proper explanation. What are you doing, La Habrea? Do not approach! As I have already stated, even should I detect Athena's tinkering, I am currently powerless to dispel it. And so I have come to a decision, one which is made with the best interest of our star in mind. In order to build a better future, I require the strength I have lost. Oh. That's not good. That's bad. I must embrace these odious memories. Is that bad? I think that's bad. I think there's some bad to this. I do vaguely remember that, yes. Mark well this sight. Engrave it upon your very soul. Look at my cool mask transition. You now bear witness to the true La Habrea. Did you just kill? Was that a kill? That's not great. Wow. I cannot imagine this was an easy choice, but it is done. Is she alive? Yes, and she shall remember this lesson well. Hooray? Athena's puppet no longer, I see. She may yet harbor ill will toward me, but that is a risk I am willing to take. Let me double check. Yeah, that's what I thought. You know what's funny about this? Remember Hegemon's fight? She was a snake. A snake in the grass, you might say. Foreshadowing! Yay! It was her all along. She did a treachery. This does help explain the differences in the La Habreas as well. Hashtag girl? Oh no. The power to subvert others? I don't know what that means. She may yet harbor ill will toward me, but that is a risk I am willing to take. Our star requires a steady hand to guide it, and now mine is equal to the task. I can no longer allow pandaemonium to divert my focus. Hegemon, I would ask that you serve me anew. There is none other more suited to overseeing this prison. None other who will take such pride in their duty. I guess so? I just don't know the specific meaning of subvert others. I'm not grasping it. I'm not understanding the words. My loyalty to Athena led me to betray you once before. Why would you allow me to keep the position of keyword? Oh, okay. Possibly, yes. His half mask is part of the poster art for 6.4? Interesting. I require your talents, as I require Hephaestus's. The past is of no consequence. Very well. In honor of our fallen colleagues, I shall restore this institution to its former glory. Nod. La Habrea is himself once more. He wields his authority without hesitation and thinks not twice once his judgment has sounded. It was part of the initial announcement art for Pandaemonium? Neat. Yet he is different from Athena. He thinks only of the betterment of the star. So long as duty guides his actions, he shall not share her fate. And should his convictions ever waver, the emissary will set him back on the proper course. And then in the far future, I'll beat up both of you. I mean, what? Good. If this is the path he chooses to walk, then I will walk with him. I'll allow our bond to fray no further. As his son, I will support him in the days ahead. Smile. And I'm a cat. I would not ask you to say the same, Sucro. You and I stand on peaks separated by vast chasms. Our perspectives shall never align. Yeah, that's true. I mean, surprise. And never shall one give way to the other, for such is nature. With that in mind, let us consider any debts between us to be void. Before you leave here, mark well these words. My resolve shall weather loss unfathomable and yield before no obstacle. Walk your path with the same conviction. Nod. I think both stories for their Dawn Trail raids could be interesting, whatever the normal raids are. I don't know a lot about 11, but I'm still interested in seeing how that works out. Master La Habrea saw through me long ago, but now my mind is unclouded by doubt and I shall not fail him again. If not for you, my long slumbering demons may have gone unslain. I would never have been forced to reconsider my true nature. And as I said, do not consider this an admission of debt. I believe you have other places to be. Remain here any longer and I may be inclined to place you in a cell next to one of our more Recalcitrant subjects. Wow. That's really rude of you. Okay, bye. From this day forward, I will do what I can to aid my father. In this way, I shall forge my own future. Sounds more like you're forging his future, but whatever. Hephaestus and La Habrea were one and the same when he was named as one of the convocation. This change poses no need for concern, for all is as it should be. I'm concerned, but it's about something in the future I've already solved, so I'm also not concerned. Anyway... Anyway... Whoop. I think I'm just, as far as Dawn Trail stuff goes, even though they haven't announced everything, I'm just really interested in all of it in general. I just like this game a lot. You might have guessed that because I streamed the entire thing except for Nier. Or I am streaming the entire thing except for Nier and Bosnia and Eureka and so on. I streamed most of this game. I feel like that's kind of like an accomplishment, I guess I could say. I guess I could be kind to myself and say that it's an accomplishment to stream the entirety of an MMO, or almost the entirety of it. I don't know anything about the writing of 11, so I don't know if they would have Ivalice levels of shenanigans. I would guess no, because it's not the same writer to my knowledge. I did. That's true. Thank you for agreeing with my kind words to myself, I guess. That's a dungeon entrance. That's wrong. I'm gonna talk to all the NPCs. I always do. That's basically my thought on them too, yeah. The dumpster, which is so full of the script that they wrote that they do not actually fit in it. I think they did do that, yeah. That would be a problem. You can't toss that guy in a dumpster because it's so full of his writing. I think the details as to why he is no longer part of the team are very vague. And a lot of people filled in the gaps of there being some problem between him and the team, and that's not confirmed. I think. I don't know. But yeah, I'm glad he's gone too. I do not like the writing style of Ivalice and Bosnia. That's very funny as a codex entry. Ah, you are returned. I should like to hear of what you discovered, though I believe your friend has business with us first. I doubt Ultima the High Seraph will become relevant to the main story. Also, Ivalice is mandatory for Bosnia, so it's already mandatory for something, which also sucks. Because, like, Bosnia is a great way to level once you're above 70. But I doubt that any of that stuff is going to be relevant. We're going somewhere away from there, I think. We're going to new places and meeting and learning new things. The tie-in with this to Ivalice is not like a main plot point of it. I'll help you, Rika. You can skip cutscenes too if you don't want to read it. The raids aren't bad. Like, they're kind of messy at parts, but they're not like the worst. Don't worry about it. I can always help you run stuff whenever you feel like. Oh yeah, and that's also a good point. Omega and the Omicrons are sort of relevant to the main story, and you don't have to do the Omega raids. Though you do get added bonuses if you do them, which is fun. There you are, Sucro. While you were away, Themis brought me up to speed on all that happened while I was held prisoner. His story shone light upon any number of questions that were niggling at my consciousness, namely those concerning the ethereal signature emanating from Azys Law. Doubtless its source was Athena, reaching out as far as she could from her prison, ever grasping for someone to take Erycthonios' place, grasping for the body his soul resided in. I wanted to ask, when you first found the crystal, were you unable to hear the memories stored within? Indeed, it was only after our research was well underway that I could hearken to its whispers. Contact with the crystal should have awakened the memories, but the passage of time likely changed Erycthonios' soul in subtle ways. Perhaps ethereal resonance was a gradual process in this case. However, being attuned to Erycthonios exposed you to Athena's voice as well. Doubtless the choice to venture forth into Azys Law was not your own. It was Athena's influence working through you. I do recall being strangely fixated on acting alone. I would never have encouraged such recklessness usually. Although the choice was not entirely my own, I am still ashamed of my actions. Reflection is how we plant the seeds of growth, although we must not blame ourselves for events out of our control. That the voice in the crystal belonged to the person from which your soul originated, well, not even the most brilliant researcher could come to that conclusion. Nod. Your reassurance means more than you know. Thank you. Now, one final matter. It concerns the very crystal whose discovery set this adventure in motion. Perhaps sparked by recent events, a new light began to shine from within its depths. From my experience, this may indicate that a new memory has floated to the surface, eager to be observed. Gasp. For some time, the question of why La Habrea and Erycthonios would leave such a crystal behind in the first place has lingered in the back of my mind. With Erycthonios' memories and such magical talents as are at my disposal, I believe I can make this final memory manifest for us all to behold. Shall we witness it together? Nod, nod. What if this memory was just Erycthonios going, wow, cool crystal, and that was it? I leave this memory for you, the future of our star. The final days have come, and the creation magics we have so relied upon now hasten our downfall. But despair is not yet won out. La Habrea and the others of the Convocation are working to stem the chaos which threatens to engulf our star. Their plan requires great sacrifice. Elidibus, Themis, has already offered to give his life for our salvation. Yeah, I'd probably do that, thinks Elidibus. Yet there is another problem which must be dealt with. Pandaemonium, wherein are confined our most vicious creations. Even should we survive the final days, it will take time to restore order. Pandaemonium's cells were breached and their prisoners set upon the star. A hard-won peace would be obliterated in an instant. Someone must stay behind to ensure that never happens. With Themis and La Habrea otherwise indisposed, that responsibility falls to me. And that is why I must defy the directive of the Convocation. My soul will not be offered to manifest the will of the star, but instead consigned to eternal vigil. I know that in doing so, the final days may take me. I may not live to see my duty upheld. That's why I have resolved to set this crystal adrift in the tides of the underworld. It contains memories of Pandaemonium from both my father and I, and shall bear this warning to the future even if I cannot. I've imbued the crystal with magics that will attract it to my essence. Even should I journey through the underworld and be born anew, this message will reach me. Pandemonium shall not be left unattended. If all else fails, then perhaps another woman like my dear friend will come along. One with an almost unnatural ability to pick up the scent of trouble. Couldn't have guessed it would be exactly the same person. I wonder where she is now. How many souls has she saved, and how many beasts has she slain since last we met? Heck of a lot. I guess. That's me. Alongside my warning, this memory shall carry a wish. Sucro, may we meet again. Now listen well. If anyone receives this message, you must come to Pandemonium. Please make haste. I repeat. Hey, that's part of the message we heard earlier. That makes sense. Well, that dispels the last of my doubts. Thank you for humoring me. And now we come to this. Gasp. It survived. What? You still have this, huh? Oh, right. I somehow forgot exactly what this was, but yes, the heart of Sabik. I feel like you have to say it with the same cadence that it was originally said in every time you mention it. Gasp! Gasp, extreme! Yeah, that would be why I didn't recognize it immediately. Because we didn't know what it looked like. Quick, shoot it with lasers! The tie that bound Athena's memories to my body, no doubt. When I regained my senses, I found it on my person. Now it appears your efforts have left it bereft of memories. No trace remains of Athena. However, its power as Aurosite yet remains and may prove to be a valuable trove of knowledge in the hands of the right researcher. No. Bad idea. I feel that fate has left it with me for a reason. You probably feel that because of what it does as Aurosite. Claudian? Claudian? We've established what Aurosite does. It's probably giving you ideas about how it's cool. I shall take my leave, but on behalf of my colleagues, nay, the entire star, I thank you both for putting an end to Athena's wickedness. Claudian? Maybe I'm built different, says Claudian, foolishly. Claudian, get back here with your evil stone. Are we just accepting this? This seems like a tremendously poor choice. Yeah, that's how I feel about this. Claudian? Anyway, what's up, Themis?
I see.
Oh.
Then Hephaestus' story has been laid bare.
Is this the first cutscene of this sort? What? Weird auto mod. Is this the first cutscene of this sort in a side content to suddenly have voice acting? I think it is. Also Hephaestus, they said it out loud.
As has the nature of our mysterious crystal. The questions which led us into Pandemonium are answered, and soon order shall be restored.
Aren't we worried about the heart of Sabik at all? Anyone?
I too can fade away, unburdened by regret. I could not have reached this point without you, friend.
Okay, so Hephaestus' story has been laid bare, as is the nature of our mysterious crystal. But aren't we concerned? Anybody? Hello? Sad Sucro.
So many revelations. But there are more, if you would dig a little deeper.
Behold, Sucro, I've brought one of the nodes from the Evilise raids to give you 5 paragraphs about lore for every choice that you choose. Behold, Sucro, I have installed essays on this orb.
Elidibus's soul was plucked from the ethereal sea, and from it I was wrought. Surely you have a passing interest in what I remember, in what I feel.
Maybe.
You deserve what answers I can provide. While my memories of Pandaemonium are clear, all else is hazy at best.
Yeah, I guess I didn't consider that.
Perhaps Athena made me this way. Or perhaps it is the result of who or what I was before.
This explains why this cutscene is voiced, because it's seems pretty important, actually.
Still, I can recall vague figures, scenes from my future and your past.
Sucro, we had a really cool boss fight where you had to use Limit Break 3. It was sick.
At the Crystal Tower's peak, we clash.
And it's dope.
And later, from that self-same spire, I send you forth.
True. That was also pretty cool. I just want to hear Themis say the word dope for some reason. Sucro, I had so much meter. Yeah. Sucro, my level 3 super.
Into our age. Into Elpis.
You did do that.
Why do I decide on such a course? Formless as these images are, I cannot say. However, I can hazard a guess. Somewhere within my fragmented memories, I catch a glimpse of our journey into Pandaemonium. A glimpse which shows not the path we took or the destination where it led us, yet by its very presence demands that you are required in Elpis.
You did say that you saw Sucro in Elpis. That was a statement that I was reminded that you said recently. Stable time loops are mandatory.
And even if that act is but one link in the chain of events which ends in Atheris' salvation, then this all has meaning. Our time together, every moment, is worthwhile, and I am unburdened by regret.
Yeah, that is true. Pandaemonium is canon to the main story, whether or not you do Pandaemonium, I guess. That's a pretty good line.
That said, it is possible my motivations become something else entirely.
Guess it could be something way less
That you
deep
would
and
cross this
insightful.
vast expanse in the hopes of being reunited with your allies. A devotion that once would have baffled me. But after having been to the depths of that twisted prison and back, I think I can understand. Now, I have pulled back the curtain as far as I dare. The people of your age call this the Ethereal Sea, a name I quite enjoy, for it teems with life, each star a soul on its journey.
God, the way the music lines up in this scene is perfect, too.
And among these uncountable stars, it was yours that crossed my path. For that, I shall be forever grateful.
Oh no, Sucro blinked. I like the framing of this shot, I guess.
I wish you well on your journey. A journey as long as your star is bright. A journey not bound by the confines of this world or any other.
Yay! I'm tearing up a little bit. They got me a little bit at the end, Pandemonium. But where was Final Fantasy II Emperor? It's Pandemonium, right? References? Everybody loves those. Imagine if the FF2 Emperor just like suddenly like dropped into this scene out of nowhere. It was like, I'm relevant! Wait, is Mateus in Stranger of Paradise? I don't know anything about Stranger of Paradise at all. What's that? What's this about? This is somewhat familiar.
Fascinating. The truths that dwell at the edge of sleep.
What if I just make this the video thumbnail very ominously? That sounds fun.
The course of history is set by its victors. It is immutable, and yet should this star continue upon its path,
That makes sense.
look. The light.
Eh? Interesting. Also, you know, some sort of large-scale content where you grind stats and ability levels like Final Fantasy II doesn't sound like the worst idea in the world to me. That sounds like it could be fun. I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't care for it, but a lot of people didn't care for Eureka and Bosnia. It sounds interesting. I bet they could do something cool with that idea. I like that idea. Hey, what's up, Claudian? Welcome back, Sucro. I hope you said farewell to Themis for me. Recent events have given me not only a new focus for my research, but also insight into my own origins. Truly, 'tis a gift I could never hope to repay. As La Habrea said, I am not Ericthonios, yet I bear a part of him inside me, and I shall do what I can to follow the traces he has left behind in the present day. The spark has been struck in my mind. I'm ready to pursue my research with a fervor the likes of which I have not had since my youth. Are you sure that's not because of the Heart of Sabik that you found? Doubtless I shall have need of you in the days and moons ahead. When that time comes, I only hope that you will once again lend me your sound counsel. Until then, may you fare well. That makes it sound like they're planning a sequel to this? Almost. Awesome jail, great job. What kind of achievement name is that? Is that that's a meme of some kind, probably, right? I don't get a title for that. I was asked to talk to people, right? About something. With both the ethereal sea and the heart of Sabik to keep my mind occupied, I feel I shall never again lack for fascinating discoveries to motivate my work. What do you know of Athena and her connection to Arasite? That topic has been keeping us quite busy of late. Mgigi and Rusinot have been a great help in making sense of all these fabulous tales. I shall call them at once so we can share our findings thus far. Oh. So this summons forth discussion. This is probably... Because I was wondering, because like I can't talk to Nimgigi, she'll just make me unlock the savage stuff. Our research into the heart of Sabik has led us through many magnificent legends and tales from bygone civilizations, some of which mention, or at least hint at, the presences of Athena, Arasite, and the High Seraph Ultima. While we formed an operating theory based on our findings, it is impossible for us to confirm its feasibility. Given your experience with the High Seraph, however, I can think of no one better with whom to discuss it. I imagine this is impossible if you haven't done Evilise. Nod. Nod. Although we know not the precise timing of the High Seraph's visit to this star, we do know that Athena somehow came into possession of a mysterious crystal said to be the source of the destructive magic known as Ultima. According to La Habrea, it was Athena who gave this crystal the name of Auracite, and from her tireless research was born the Heart of Sabik. The Heart of Sabik contained not only Athena's memories, but a concentration of ether unlike anything we've observed. Even a small portion of it could level mountains. Such devastation is Athena's intention. It did, in fact, level Castrum Meridianum not so long ago. Less than a year ago, in fact, because of time bubbles. Records of your previous encounter with La Habrea imply that the heart was, for a time, in the hands of the Allegan Empire. Doubtless it was the Ascian himself who gifted it to them, thus sowing the seeds of calamity. The Allegans made little progress toward penetrating its mysteries, but some scholars attribute the fact that they were able to use it at all to theoretical encounters between Alleg's researchers and the High Seraph. Regardless of its journey, however, we do know that the Heart of Sabik returned to La Habrea's clutches soon after the Fourth Umbral Calamity. The rest hardly bears going over again. Tracing the legends of Auracite back to their source suggests that the High Seraph may be the cause of countless tragedies, including our most recent one. So you're saying the Final Fantasy Tactics Raider is to blame for the entire everything bad that happens in the story? Is that what you're saying? Kind of? It's a funny interpretation of what you're saying. Regardless of the Auracite's source, however, it was Athena's bottomless ambition that set the wheels of tragedy in motion. That's probably more accurate. I found one of La Habrea's remarks most odd. While we were discussing Athena, he said he was a fool to think she could be confined. He didn't elaborate on the statement, but I think there's a possibility that Pandaemonium was built not as a prison for failed creations, but to contain his very own wife. Possibly. The wife jail? Wow. We already know he was well aware of the influence Auracite had on Athena. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that Pandaemonium's true purpose was to keep her isolated from the other ancients. Even so, she had freedom to continue her research outside of La Habrea's purview. Perhaps it was his love for her that kept him from tightening his grip on her activities. Interesting. So if I say this again, I'm guessing that whole cutscene happens again. How goes your research? Fortunately for my assistants and I, my ordeal has left me none the worse for wear. I'm back at work with charismatic aplomb, well, as much aplomb as can be mustered when reviewing the many records which have piled up in my absence. Of course, I have made the proper shows of gratitude to Scholarch Monteshane and Master Fortuno for their efforts to search for me. Oh, there's an in-game codex that I don't have yet. I forgot about that. You know, if Ultima the High Seraph is from space, there's a non-zero chance that Ultima the High Seraph could have somehow interacted with Kefka. Somehow, probably. Master Fortuno was stone-faced, claiming that he had only done his duty. The Scholarch, on the other hand, seemed most eager to learn every detail. It takes all sorts, I suppose. And Rusinod is a triple triad opponent. What's your small talk, though? Well, I'm back to my days of fetching documents and assisting with various other errands. Well, I'm glad that Professor Claudian is back safe and sound. A short vacation would have been much appreciated. That is true. Can I talk to you without... Accessing Savage. The more I try to make sense of what happened, the more my mind ties itself in knots. It'll take weeks, or dare I say months, to navigate this maze of questions. I may have to suggest that Professor Claudian hire more assistants. How goes the investigation? With Athena's research put to decisive end, things around here have returned to what one could almost call routine. But even so, we are as busy as ever. The ethereal sea must be analyzed thoroughly for any adverse effects caused by recent events, and Professor Claudian seems most eager to analyze the heart of Sabik. I have to say it like that a lot of the time. Although no trace remains of Athena's memories, there is yet power inside the crystal, and it still possesses the same corrupting influence of Auracite. Naturally, as the most qualified to do so, it falls upon us to plumb its depths. Are you sure that the Auracite is not making you think that you're the most qualified and this is totally a good idea? I'm gonna reiterate that. Knowing the heart's history and the history of other crystals like it, the prospect does fill me with some dread, but not so much as to overpower my sense of curiosity. So long as we move forward with courage and caution, I'm sure our findings can prove a boon to the scientific community, and perhaps society at large. I'm worried about these people. This is very concerning. Yeah, like, rip to Athena, but I'm different is essentially what they're saying. I think it's funny how anytime someone teleports to this aetherite, they have to get their feet wet. Also, Finding Way has been dunked. Or Knowing Way, if you prefer. So, yeah. The last tier took 4 hours, apparently. Wow. You have returned to the party. Well, we don't really need the party at this point. But, fair enough. Thank you for your assistance with the raids and all that. That dog took a while to spawn. And here I go. I guess I'll do this. That was the only thing on the planned agenda for today. The conclusion of Pandaemonium. Somebody died and returned here. Let's see what the retainers have, I guess. But yeah, since that took 4 hours, I don't think there's really enough time to do much else, and that's fine. Pretty good length of a stream, I think. Next time on Final Fantasy XIV will be 6.1, Newfound Adventure. Finally stepping into the main story of 6.x. That's exciting. Unless I do that tomorrow, the next stream is likely to be the Super Mario RPG remake, which is releasing in about 24 hours or so. 24 and a half, to my knowledge. And I'm excited for that. Metallic orange. So, thank you all for watching. I got shown my own chat rules. Does that mean I'm logged in? Am I logged in? Can I do this? Is this real? Yes. If you're interested in the various links, they are at the usual place, which you can find in the chat, because I typed the thing, and below the stream. If you would like to consider supporting me in that way, that would be helpful. And also, it'd be helpful if you considered following or subscribing or spreading the word. For if you like the stream and you think there's other people who'd like it, I'd appreciate that. Your viewership is also a great way to continue supporting me. I'm glad that you're all here. I think that was a good stream. I remained positive throughout all of my healing adventures. Even I died like 6 or 7 times, but that's to be expected from not knowing what's going on. And the fights and the story were interesting, and next time is exciting. So yeah, good stream. Good times had all around, perhaps. And with all that said, thank you all again for watching. I will see you at the next stream. Have a good day or night or whatever. I'm mixing up my usual outro, but you get the idea. Good night, everyone.